along with me. Breaking news, it's a thrill. Live chat, got time to kill. XD, we're breaking the mold. Special guests, stories untold. Unfiltered truth, no hidden clues. No suit and tie, it's all for you. Out of the newsroom, into the light. No suit and tie, it's feeling right. Unscripted moments, the host is scary. On Next News Network, we never vary. On YouTube, we're streaming live. On Rumble, the chat is alive. On X, we're trending high. And Main Street media's dead, and we are why. Millions of followers, hear us out. Seen all over the world, there's no doubt. We are the future, shining bright. Join the raw feed every night. Out of the newsroom, into the light. No suit and tie, it's feeling right. Unscripted moments, the host is scary. On Next News Network, we never vary.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Raw Feed. I'm Gary Franchi, coming to you live from just outside Chicago on this historic February 25th, 2025, day 36 of Donald Trump's triumphant return to the White House. And my God, are we watching a revolution unfold in real time or what? The establishment elites aren't just losing their minds, they are in absolute panic mode as their corrupt empire crumbles before our eyes. Now, I want you to know something. I'm on the White House press release list. That's right. I get these updates directly as they happen, not filtered through the propaganda machine of the mainstream media. When Press Secretary Leavitt makes an announcement, when a new executive order drops, when President Trump takes decisive action, it hits my inbox immediately. And that's how we are able to bring you the real story while the corporate media is still trying to figure out how to spin it. Today's show is absolutely packed with bombshells they're desperately trying to bury, from Dan Bongino's appointment as FBI deputy director that has deep state operatives literally destroying evidence as we speak, to ICE raids sweeping up horrible people who've been hiding in sanctuary cities, to Elon Musk's ruthless dismantling of the federal bureaucracy that's sending parasitic paper pushers running for the exits. We're exposing it all. And you know what makes the Raw Feed different from every manufactured news product out there? You do. Our live interaction with patriots like you is what makes this the most authentic news experience in America. Right now, we're streaming to millions worldwide across YouTube, Rumble, and X. So I need you to share this stream immediately. Text the link to everyone who's still got a functioning brain cell. Bypass the algorithms that are desperately trying to silence us before the truth reaches critical mass. If you're watching us and haven't yet followed us on Rumble and X, what in God's name are you waiting for? The digital censorship noose is tightening every day, folks, and we need to connect on every platform because they're coming for all of us who dare to speak truth to power. Throughout today's show, we'll be featuring your comments on the screen for the world to see. That's right, your super chats, your Rumble rants will be read between segments. Remember, super chats get priority, so if you want your voice heard above the growing chorus of awakened Americans, that's your fast track to the front of the line. So here's what we're blowing the lid off today. First, the economic renaissance unfolding across America. There's Democrats in full meltdown mode as their apocalyptic predictions collapse in real time. Then the shocking ICE operations in progressive strongholds that are finally removing the most dangerous criminal elements from our streets, while the left scrambles to defend them. And next, the systematic dismantling of federal bureaucracies where career paper pushers are facing something entirely new: accountability for the taxpayer dollars they've been wasting for decades. And speaking of bombshells, we'll be diving into Nick Sortor's explosive revelations about Congressman Eric Swalwell that have Washington insiders scrambling for cover, from drunken admissions about Chinese spies to alleged abuse of power involving Ivanka Trump. This is the kind of corruption that Bongino and Trump's team are preparing to confront head on. We'll also expose how the White House press corps stranglehold on information is being shattered as new voices like yours truly gain access to the president for the first time in generations. And finally, the bombshell appointment that has corrupt intelligence officials literally destroying evidence as we speak. A patriot with unflinching commitment to exposing the deep state is now in a position to hunt down those who've weaponized our federal agencies against American citizens. So let me be crystal clear. Delivering this kind of unfiltered truth comes at a price. The same powers that weaponize the FBI against ordinary Americans are gunning for independent media like ours, and that's why we need your support through donations to keep this show alive. The links are in the description. Whether through Give, Send, Go, or PayPal, your contribution is a direct investment in the truth they're desperate to suppress. And don't forget to check out our merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com, where exclusive Next News gear is flying off the shelves. Show the world which side you are on in this information war. So buckle up, patriots. The raw feed starts right now, and the establishment should be terrified. Let's welcome you guys to the show. We got Shadow Watcher, we got American Nana, we got Sure You Gospel, Tweety Pie, Duty to Rebel, End the Madness, HVAC Tech, and Archery Rules. Who else is in the house? We've got Heather Reeve and Karen and Delinda House. We've got Dave and Catherine. We've got End the Madness. Who else is here? Sound off. We've got Tina Griffor, all out of bubblegum. Who is it? Is here. B. Borrowed, Sean Gunk, Ann Pren, White Bot, Mitten State Media, Brooks in the house. Remember to sound off from where you're watching from and what kind of device. We want everyone to know just how wide this net is cast in the Next News family worldwide. Especially those who are watching from overseas, because you guys are watching America because we are the last bastion of freedom in the world. And if America falls, so does the rest of the world. And that's why you watch this show. We love you for it, because you are there entrenched behind enemy lines. And you have the ability to share the truth of this broadcast to the people in your country. And that is why we love you guys so much. Laurel Ann in Central Texas, Southside Chicago, Killicam, Shadow Watcher, Michiganistan on a cell phone. We got Mimi. We got Mad Nana on her phone in Indiana. We've got Hair Bull, Chris, Brooks, Lori, Dave, Raisin S. We got Aaron, Heather, Marcel, Anna, Chuck, Betty, Jean, Sharon, William, Pothead Kenny, Janice, Mitten, everybody's in the house. And my goodness, God, I love you guys. Look at you guys just flying in here to the chat room. It is on fire tonight. Guys, we've got a lot of news. And the madness in Wales. What's up, Wales? Drew H in Chicagoland, Blue Bird. We've got Nancy Pelosi's liver. Oh, say a prayer for Nancy Pelosi's liver, would you? We got Stephen. Jesus is my Savior, amen. We got Shirley, Deep State of Israel. We've got Bella, Stubblefield, Trad. We got Sean and Dee and Sharon and Joseph. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Folks, we got a lot of news to jump into. And we don't want to waste any more time, but we got to get into the top stories that are breaking right now. We have been right at the forefront of everything happening at the White House today. It is absolutely amazing. We're getting real-time updates from the Oval Office. Something to behold. So let's get into the news, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing an American renaissance that has the Democrats in full meltdown mode. President Trump's decisive leadership is delivering wins that just can't be ignored anymore. Just 1 month in, he secured over $1.6 trillion in investments, compared to Biden's struggle to reach $1 trillion in nearly 4 years. Apple's $500 billion investment is only the beginning. Meanwhile, poll after poll shows Americans rallying behind Trump's policies, a stunning 81% support, deporting illegal migrant criminals, leaving Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries desperately clinging to January 6 narratives the public has moved far beyond. Even on the global stage, Trump is nearing a historic Russia-Ukraine peace deal that would secure valuable mineral rights for America. The establishment never thought it possible. As we step into 2025, one thing is clear, however, de-dollarization is accelerating. China and other BRICS nations are scared of President Trump, making them more determined to reduce their dependence on the U.S. dollar. Their secret weapon, gold. China has resumed buying gold and deliberately underreports their purchases. Why the secrecy? They recognize gold's global value and ability to withstand economic shocks. While nations prepare for uncertainty, what about your finances? In this shifting landscape, gold provides a personal hedge against volatility that few assets can match. Noble Gold Investments can help secure your future with physical gold. Visit nextnewsgold.com, and qualified accounts will receive 10 1-ounce silver American Eagle coins as a bonus. That's nextnewsgold.com. Or call that number. Tell them Gary Franchi sent you. 877-646-5347. Okay, here we go, folks. Are you ready? This is it. This is the big news right now. Just an hour ago, this we got directly from the White House press communications team, because we are now on that list. We're getting all the real-time updates, so you do not want to miss any reports or any tweets we put out. This is it. Trump dropping a nuclear bomb on the deep state. In an unprecedented move, President Trump just ordered the immediate suspension of security clearances for Jack Smith's allies and cut off federal contracts with their law firm. Covington and Burling LLP, the firm that worked with corrupt special counsel Jack Smith, has just been purged from the federal government. Trump's order strips security clearances from every lawyer, partner, and employee who aided Smith in what many believe was a political witch hunt. So here is what the order does. All security clearances suspended for Jack Smith's allies at Covington and Burling LLP. All federal contracts with Covington under review. They're being financially cut off. No agency can engage Covington anymore. They're banned from working with the government. OPM, the Office of Personnel and Management, ordered to enforce this across all agencies, so no hiding in the bureaucracy. Every agency must align with Executive Order 14147, which is Trump's directive to end the weaponized government. And of course, the deep state is predictably in panic mode. Covington and Burlington LLP has been a power hub for Democrat lawfare. Their lawyers helped Jack Smith wage what many saw as a politically motivated attack on Trump, but Trump is now dismantling their influence from the inside. Biden's old guard just got purged. This is the biggest anti-corruption move in modern history. So here's why this matters. Covington's lawyers played a key role in the weaponization of the judicial process. They've been deeply embedded in the government for years, and Trump is exposing and removing the rot from D.C. in real time. This is not just draining the swamp. This is napalm. Trump is proving that no one is above the law, not even the corrupt insiders who thought they were untouchable. So stay tuned. The deep state is trembling. This is just the beginning. Follow the Next News Network for real-time White House updates as history unfolds. Here is the actual, this is a screenshot of the email that I received directly from the White House. You can see it. This is the memo. Suspension of security clearance for an evaluation of government contracts. This is it. Go to our X account. You can read it in full. This is directly from the White House. Already 45,000 views, 268 reposts, 10 quotes, 1,200 likes, and 68 bookmarks, folks. We are rocking and rolling. Let's continue. We've got more news. President Trump taking bold action to slash healthcare costs and force price transparency. Moments ago, President Trump signed an executive order to empower patients with clear, accurate, and actionable healthcare pricing information. This ends decades of hidden prices, ensuring Americans know the real cost of healthcare before they pay. So what does Trump's order do? Forces hospitals and insurers to disclose actual prices, no more fake estimates, cracks down on non-compliance. Insurers and hospitals will face strict enforcement. Brian, please mute your microphone. It also cracks down on non-compliance. Insurers and hospitals will face strict enforcement. Expands price transparency to prescription drugs. Big Pharma is on notice. Brian, mute your microphone, please. Brian, mute your microphone. All right, I'll continue. It expands price transparency on prescription drugs. Big Pharma is on notice, makes pricing comparable across hospitals and ensures patients can finally stop for care like any other product. And so why this matters? Healthcare price secrecy has allowed hospitals and insurers to inflate costs, forcing patients to pay more for the same treatments. Trump's 2019 transparency rules were sabotaged by Joe Biden, but a full implementation would save Americans $80 billion. Employers could slash their healthcare costs by 27% on 500 common procedures if pricing was fully transparent. Listen, folks. Go check out the X account. There is so much happening right now. We've got the deep state on the run. Here's President Trump talking about Zelensky coming to the White House on Friday.
Hear that?
True that President Zelensky is coming on Friday to meet with you, and is the mineral deal sorted out?
I hear that. I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly, it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy. And it's a very big deal. Look, it could be $1 trillion deal. It could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things. And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting. A war that should have never, ever happened. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People say, how do we know that it didn't happen for 4 years? Would have never happened. And nevertheless, this guy went into this situation and he spent money like nobody's ever seen. $350 billion. The other thing that we don't like is that Europe has spent $100 billion. We've spent $350 billion. Europe gets their money back because they spent it in the form of a loan. And we just gave them, whether it's 300 or 350 billion, nobody really knows. They can't even tell me the answer to that. It means probably more than that. So what we're doing is now we're saying, look, we want to be secured. We want to get that money back. We're helping a country through a very, very big problem, a problem like very few people have had. Shouldn't have had this problem because it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. So we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
It's about damn time. How much money have we spent in Ukraine? Here's President Trump signing the executive order to protect America's copper industry.
Copper is a critical material, and the supply of copper is vital to our national security. In recent years, we've dealt with a significant issue of the dumping of foreign copper into the American market. That significantly impacted the domestic production and manufacture of copper and copper materials. This executive order charges your Secretary of Commerce with starting the process to potentially impose tariffs or other trade barriers to prevent this ongoing dumping of copper and to protect the American manufacture and production of copper.
It will have a big impact. Howard, do you want to say something about that?
Do you mind if I read one of your
please.
truths? Sure. So this is a truth that's about to go out. Like our steel and aluminum industries, our great American copper industry has been decimated by global actors attacking our domestic production. To build back our copper industry, I have requested my Secretary of Commerce and USTR to study copper imports and end unfair trade putting Americans out of work. Tariffs will help rebuild back our American copper industry and strengthen our national defense. American industries depend on copper, and they should be made in America. No exemptions, no exceptions. America first creates American jobs and protects our national security. It's time for copper to come home.
Time for copper to come home. And that is what is happening direct from the Oval Office. Here is President Trump getting all teary-eyed looking at the map of the Gulf of America.
And if you look at that shoreline, look at that shoreline. Look, from Florida, well, most of it is, it's called America. And vast majority, like big numbers. So I'm just admiring it as I look at it. I'm getting teary-eyed, but I don't want you to say Trump broke down and started crying. No, how beautiful is that? Look at the shoreline. Look at that. Well, that's America. And if
that's America, baby, and it is coming back. Here we have President Trump. Check out this new hat he's got.
Give me all of them. Look. See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody said, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were pretty much. You want one?
I'll pass.
Are you allowed to take one? Because he'll consider it. I know him well. He's sort of a stiff. Yeah, Brian, you're not a stiff. He's sort of a stiff guy. He'll take other things, but not a free hand.
Always say yes to the president. Always say yes to the
Would
president.
anybody like one?
Always say yes to the president, and I hope to be wearing one of those soon on my next trip back to the White House. We've got more. President Trump confirms that the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles will be given an invitation to the White House. Check this out.
The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them, and absolutely they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away, by the way? We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today, and they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Rock and roll. Here's more. We have, check this out. Flashback video. Just got back from the future with George Papa. Trump destroyed Kamala in the debate. Yes, America is looking so bright right now. Oh, man. Wow.
Gary.
Whoa. That was wild, dude. Whoa. Did you see that debate? Trump killed it.
Whoa.
Wow, man. I mean, we knew that was going to happen, though, right?
Gary, that's the benefit of going to the future, coming back. You know exactly what's going to happen. Gary, it was a massacre. It was an absolute massacre. He wiped her. He wiped the floor with Kamala. It's over. Done deal. Game, set, match.
Man, dude, I thought the Biden debate was bad. I mean, Kamala, dude. I mean, the cackling. She couldn't even figure out how to finish the sentences. I mean, Trump. He couldn't even. Man, it was just crazy.
Gary, we didn't even have to go into the future to predict what we just saw.
Oh, we knew it was going to happen. We just saw it.
We knew it. We saw it. We're here to tell you exactly how it ends. This is over. Trump 2024.
Oh man, George Papadopoulos right here in the time machine. We just got back from the debate. Gary Franchi here. I mean, holy cow, this was amazing.
Oh my God, Gary, this is it. This is the benefit of time travel. I'm telling you, this is it. Not many people could do it. We did it.
The future looks bright, doesn't it?
The future looks extremely bright. I'm very happy. Extremely happy. Trump 2024. Don't worry about anything. Be strong, America. We got this.
Yeah, baby. We went to the future and we saw it, and it looks brighter than ever. And it's happening in real time. Here we have President Trump signing executive orders, dropping bombshells in the Oval Office. President Trump took a sledgehammer to D.C., signing major executive orders on healthcare, trade, and the digital economy, while dropping explosive updates on Ukraine, the budget fight, and fake news. What he did changes everything. First, Trump just reinstated and strengthened healthcare price transparency rules that Biden gutted. Hospitals and doctors can no longer hide costs. Americans deserve to know what they're paying. Now they will. The medical industry is on notice. Second, Trump is taking action to protect American copper supplies. He ordered Commerce Secretary Leavitt to investigate tariffs and trade barriers on foreign copper to ensure America isn't reliant on hostile nations for critical resources. Trump also taking action to protect American copper supplies. He ordered on Ukraine. Trump confirms Zelensky may visit Friday, but made it clear we want to get that money back. He also spoke with President Putin. I think he wants to settle it and get back to life. Trump is getting results while Biden got us only war. On Musk's 5-bullet-point rule, Trump didn't hold back. If you don't answer, I guess you get fired. He mocked lazy bureaucrats. I could tell you 5 things I did last. I could tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago. Dead weight in D.C. is gone. On fake news and the WHCA, Trump doubled down on kicking the AP out of the press events. AP has been terrible. I think they're radical left. He made it clear we're going to be calling those shots. The legacy media monopoly is over. Trump admired the Gulf of America He got teary-eyed over California's water finally flowing and promised photos to the press. Legacy media is panicking. The swamp is being drained in real time. Let's go, baby. We've got so much more in this day. Let's take a look. A reporter talking about this is in the press room today. What was the reason for the president replacing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Let's listen to the beloved press secretary.
7 audits in a row.
What was the reason for the president naming a replacement for General Brown? And then I'll follow up with another personnel announcement that's been made over the last few days.
He thinks he's doing a bad job, and it's time for a shakeup at the Pentagon. They failed 7 audits in a row. The trust in our United States military amongst the war fighters is low. The president is shaking up the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, of course, with Secretary Hegseth leading, and he has the right to do that. It's actually quite common from administration to administration to do such a thing.
Let's go. We've got more. Here is senior counselor Peter Navarro explaining the POTUS memo to revive investigations aimed at imposing tariffs on countries that slap digital service taxes on U.S. tech companies. Check this out.
Stock price.
This is on CNBC.
Why this matters for
CNBC. Peter Navarro.
CNBC. It taxes revenues, not profits, Jim. So what happens is the revenues come right off as a cost, and they reduce the profits. That reduces stock prices, market cap, possible dividends, and it's a hit, right? But at the same time, when these DSTs increase costs, lower profits, it's also the corporate income tax that suffers. So it started out in France, and it looks like we'd lose, a billion here, a billion there. But as this spread like a contagion around the world, it's going to be hundreds of billions of dollars, Jim. So the President Trump saw all of this immediately. He saw all of these problems. And so what he has done is issue a tough presidential memorandum which directs the USTR to resume the 301 investigations that were started back in 2019 when this whole DST plunder began. And those go country by country by country. We're going to come up with an estimate of how much it's costing the United States and set a reciprocal tariff immediately, assuming the investigation pans out the way we think it will. And as soon as these countries remove their DSTs on American companies, then the tariffs will go away. It's that simple. It's that common sense. Now, there's a couple other things, Jim, I think are worth pointing out. As you know, a lot of countries in the world are now using regulatory methods to stick it to our companies. Those are going to be investigated. That's going to go away. There's localization of data issues which originated in China, but likewise has spread like a contagion to other countries, and it raises privacy issues. So bottom line is, President Trump, promises made, promises kept. He's going to fix this, Jim, and that's what he does.
That's what President Trump does. He fixes things. Here we also, Trump wins the first round versus the AP in the fight over the Gulf of America. Here's President Trump greeting a group during a White House tour. Check this out. President Trump walking through, I think I actually, you know what? I walked through those very hallways just the other day. It's really cool to see it from this perspective now.
What an exciting development. That is really something. Is everybody having a good time? Nothing like the White House. No matter where you go, the biggest people come here, and they all have beautiful offices, but when they walk into the Oval Office, there's nothing like it. They look and some of them actually start crying, and these are business leaders. I don't want you to see that. We can do better than that, but some of them actually get emotional. But just have
President Trump hosting the first group of tourists. Here we have, this is Real America's Voice. Get ready for a government shutdown. Steve Bannon breaks down what Speaker Johnson just held a press conference on. The budget continuing resolution. Not one Democrat will vote on it. It's a constitutional fight. Let's listen in.
Tie the hands of the chairman. Tom Cole addressed the House Republicans this morning on the latest developments. about how we may be getting close to a number on that. The problem is the Democrats have added something new and different that's never been part of this before. They are trying to add to the appropriations bill a demand that they want us to somehow limit the ability of the executive branch to do its job. They want to tie the hands of the president on what he is able to do with the expenditures in the executive branch. That's never been done before. House Republicans, as egregious as the actions were of the previous president, Joe Biden, as unconstitutional and outrageous as they were, we never proposed using the appropriations process to tie the president's hands. It'd be, I think, a gross separation of powers violation and a terrible precedent for Congress to engage in. So that's a non-starter for us, and the Democrats know that. And so it looks like they're in a posture right now that they're making individual appropriations bills almost impossible. We'll find out soon. Stay tuned. There's more discussion today to be had. But we are nearing, obviously, the March 14th deadline. And I'm really hopeful that they'll back off of those outrageous demands because it's unprecedented and I think probably unconstitutional. And it's not anything we'll be a part of. Thank you. Thank you.
Given where you are, would you support a CR right now?
Let me have it.
What you got, Steve?
I mean, right there you see it. Get ready for a government shutdown. President Trump's government being shut down. Just get ready for it. What they're saying there is that, I'm sure on the appropriation side, what the Democrats are trying to do is this whole thing on the unitary theory of the executive. Another ideas have consequences. There's this stronger than a belief. I mean, it's one of the things that the Project 2025, CRA, Russ Vogt over at LMB, many of lawyers about the appropriations process, that the appropriations is a ceiling and that either through impoundment or rescissions, the executive branch has ability to hold back the funds or reprogram. And I'm sure that in code, that's what he's talking about. They want to have, the Democrats want to have wording in there that that's not going to happen, and you have the constitutional fight. Now, bottom line, though, that is a bigger and tougher fight. He just told you right there, you ain't getting any Democrat votes on this CR.
Chairman Tom.
So that's not happening. Here we have more. This is our beloved press secretary talking about the new Apple investment. Check this out.
Companies on the face. President Trump is a deal maker, and he has restored confidence in business leaders around this entire world. Apple is one of the largest companies on the face of the planet. They employ hundreds of thousands of Americans, but the president wants to see more Americans employed, more investments here in the United States of America. And this is another fulfillment of the president's campaign promises. I recall President Trump at his rallies on the campaign telling the world that if and when I am elected, America is going to be back, and we want your investments to be driven onshore. We want you to hire American workers, and you will have the lowest regulatory burden, the lowest tax cuts, and the president has already proven he's committed to slashing regulation. He's counting on Congress to implement those tax cuts. And so people are encouraged by the president's, again, as Tim Cook called it, they're bullish about American innovation because of the leadership of this president. And it's a stark contrast to the leadership of the previous administration, Joe Biden, who I don't think spent any time trying to recruit any investments or jobs here at home. President Trump.
Yeah, that shows you the stark contrast between the two. We also have this, President Trump taking decisive action for Kentucky. We posted this 9 hours ago. President Trump approved a major disaster declaration for Kentucky after devastating storms and flooding. Federal aid is on the way. Even Democrat Governor Bashar admits Trump acted faster than ever seen before. This is what true leadership looks like. That is what the Democrat governor is now admitting. Here is the official press release from the White House posted to our X account. Here we have President Trump has always been correct. Check this out.
Fatigue says if Trump is correct, he's not correct on lots of things, but he's very correct on this. You go to the mayor of Kyiv, Klitschko, the former boxer. He himself was the one who first said that Zelensky is no better than Putin. He's basically a dictator. That's what he's saying. And What I find most egregious is the fact that Western media have painted a picture and done perfect PR for Zelensky from day one. The guy is the president. Why is he walking around doing TV shows in army fatigues as if he's the army general, as if he's out on the front line? He's not. It's all been perfect PR. Going on Vogue magazine, going around to our parliament and doing speeches where he quotes Churchill. He knows exactly what he's been doing, and the West have played into that. Trump is the only person who's going to end this war.
And that's exactly what we need to do, end this war. Here we have our beloved press secretary yet again talking about the American people giving President Trump very positive marks.
Strong. The American people continue to overwhelmingly give President Trump very positive remarks. Nearly every one of President Trump's policy initiatives are receiving strong majority support. And I have noted that in every briefing since Inauguration Day. 81% of Americans support deporting illegal migrant criminals from our nation's interior. 76% of Americans support the Doge-led efforts of a full-scale investigation to find and eliminate fraud and waste in government expenditures. Again, this is from a Harvard-Harris poll, a very legitimate pollster. 76% of Americans support closing the border. 69% of Americans support President Trump's common sense efforts to ban men from women's sports. As you all know, we celebrated that executive order at the White House a couple of weeks ago. 65% of Americans support the president's efforts to eliminate all preferences by race in the hiring and awarding of government contracts, which is another pledge that Doge is working hard to fulfill. And 61% of Americans, vast majority, support the president's plan for reciprocal tariffs to ensure that other countries are treating us the way we have always been treated. Despite what many Democrats and media members want you to believe, the Trump agenda is not only necessary, but it is overwhelmingly popular. Why? Because it's driven by common sense.
Common sense is back, baby. Here we have Scott Pressler. Check out what he's up to from Bergen to Union to Hunterdon to Mercer to Burlington to Gloucester and beyond. He's going to spend his time in New Jersey to flip the governorship from blue to red. Let's listen to what Scott Pressler's up to.
Hey everybody, this is Scott Pressler. I am here in Bergen County at the Lincoln Reagan. Together, we are going to flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red. This November, we together as a family are going to flip New Jersey from blue to red. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Buckle up, New Jersey. Scott Presser's coming. Here we have more from our press secretary talking about his inaugural address, the president, and his promises.
Were proven. During his inaugural address, President Trump promised that America would be a manufacturing nation once again, and liberal pundits mocked him for it. But those critics were proven wrong once again. On the heels of President Trump's Oval Office meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook last week, Apple just announced its largest ever commitment to American jobs and industry, with plans to spend and invest more than $500 billion in America over the next 4 years. Over the course of the current Trump administration, Apple plans to hire around 20,000 new workers, creating high-paying jobs right here in America. And the investment isn't limited to one specific region of our country. Apple teams and facilities will expand all over our country in Arizona, California, Iowa, Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, Oregon, Texas, and Washington. With President Trump in charge, America is open for business. Apple CEO Tim Cook said it best in the company's announcement. We are bullish on the future of American innovation. On top of this incredible Apple announcement, President Trump already announced more than $1 trillion in pledged investments into the United States.
$1 trillion coming back. And of course, the left can't figure it out. They're still on the J6 narrative. Yeah, keep beating that horse, guys. Keep beating it. And we're going to keep making America great again. Stephen A. Smith asked Hakeem Jeffries when his party will let go of J6. And He responds by ranting about it. Let's listen into this. This hat tip to the Daily Caller for pulling this clip.
Swing states, etc. When are we going to let go of January 6th? We're going to let that go because I mean, the man was impeached twice, convicted on 34 felony counts, and still reelected. I mean, at some point in time, somebody like Senator Durbin and others who was asking Pam Bondi about, you know, are you willing to admit he lost the election? It's like, enough of that, because the American people clearly have spoken. At least 77 plus million of them have spoken. He won the Electoral College vote. He won the popular vote. He won the swing states, etc. They've said what they've had to say. When are y'all going to let that go? And number two, how are you going to go about not coming across as being at the mercy of the progressive left? And I'm asking you that question specifically because in a lot of American people's eyes, you're seen as somebody who's center left, more of a centrist, more reasonable than some of the folks that have been the most outspoken for the Democratic Party.
Well, I think in terms of January 6th, look, it's not something that the American people should ever forget.
Okay.
Because it was an extraordinary event. I was there when we were debating, as Congress does, the certification of the election. And we were told that a mob has...
Was there really a debate going on? Really? Come on now.
Breached the Capitol. They're on the second floor. They're a few steps outside of the House chamber and hit the ground. And be prepared to secure the gas masks that are underneath your seats, because there were people who were trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
Okay.
And this is the greatest democracy in the history of the world, so we can't forget January 6th. I'm not suggesting that it's a core issue moving forward in terms of how we are making our case to the American people, but we also can't ignore the fact that in one of his first acts, President Trump chose to pardon violent felons who brutally assaulted and beat police officers. Are they the party of law and order? That's actually lawlessness and disorder. We can't ignore it. I know they want us to. And actually, the American people, as I travel the country, all across America, are appalled that that actually could happen. Why? Because they know it doesn't make them safer when you are pardoning people and sending a signal that that kind of violence is all right. But when we don't...
Yeah, certainly President Trump is sending a signal. Here we have from Kash Loren, a peace deal has been reached between Russia and Ukraine. Zelensky is flying to the USA to sign the deal made with President Trump. Not finalized. Here are some key details. The United States will earn 50% of the future revenue from Ukraine's mineral wealth as repayment for the United States tax dollars spent on the war. No membership in NATO, thank God. Ukraine was never going to join NATO. That's always been a line in the sand for Russia and what started the war in the first place. No boots on the ground. Zelensky tried to backdoor NATO membership by placing U.S. or European boots on the ground in Ukraine. Instead, there will be a demilitarized zone. Ukraine concedes territory. Wow. Exactly how much is yet unknown, but Ukraine was never going to get all of its territory back any more than they were going to join NATO. They report here they haven't seen any concessions released by Russia yet, so get ready for more Putin puppet hoaxes. But the reality is Ukraine never had a chance against Russia. Biden started this war. Boris Johnson sabotaged a peace deal. Likely millions died and hundreds of billions of dollars were spent as a result. Trump ran on bringing peace to Ukraine. Promises made, promises kept. It is time for peace in the world. And we have this. Vivek Ramaswamy will make Ohio great again.
President Trump is reviving our conviction in America. We require a leader here at home who will revive our conviction in Ohio. And that is why today I am honored to announce that I am running to be the next governor of a great state at the heart of the greatest nation known to mankind, the state where I was born and raised, the state where Apurva and I raise our two sons today, a state whose best days are still ahead. I am honored to announce my candidacy to serve as the next governor of the state of Ohio.
From campaign to the White House to Doge ambassador, now going to the governorship of Ohio. We are going to watch that campaign closely. But of course, we still have the left losing their minds. This is the resistance. Gunter Eagleman.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
No. This is what democracy looks like, okay? You guys can scream into the wind all you want. President Trump is going to keep making America better and better. Okay, here is the moment when Trump signed that executive order suspending security clearances for Covington and Burling LLP employees.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government, who supported it, accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
So the Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Okay.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe? So long term, do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops
Wait, I
stationed?
just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen?
I'll take it.
Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith?
Yeah, send it to Jack Smith.
A deranged
What's
person.
At the outset of your...
Oh, and not only is President Trump making America great again all day long, but we have this. Kathleen Kennedy, Star Wars is going to be great again. Kathleen Kennedy will be stepping down from her role as Lucasfilm president by the end of 2025. As you know, she completely destroyed that franchise with her woke garbage, and now she is gone. So is that a result of Donald Trump? I don't know, but I'll take it. Let's go, baby. Here we have more. This is from Senator John Barrasso. He says the numbers are clear. Americans support President Trump's policies.
Popular, having listened to the minority leader, there's something to the effect that
Republicans are focused on things that Americans either don't like or don't care about.
And as he was saying this, I recalled a Harvard-Harris poll conducted just this past week. Trump's policies, huge popularity, deportation of illegal immigrants who've committed crimes. 81% of the American people, and that includes a lot of Democrats, say that is a very popular position and now being enforced by President Trump. Eliminating fraud and waste in government expenditures, 76% of Americans agree. What have we seen happen with Doge? What we have seen is actually pointing out fraud and waste in government the American people are supporting. And then, of course, closing the border. Again, 76% of Americans support what President Trump is doing. Promises that he made prior to the election, promises kept now that he's in the White House.
Let's go, baby. Let's get some more promises going. We have more. WAPO apparently credits Kevin Posobiec with coining the Gulf of America. What's going on with that?
Story of the day. Biggest stories in the Washington Post today is about Posobiec, back Poso, but it ain't Jack. Kevin Posobiec joins us with, I think, the story of the day about the Gulf of America. The individual came up with that name is our own Kevin Posobiec. Kevin, tell me about this story. It's pretty crazy. but I think you've changed not just map making, you've changed people's kind of really upbeat, hey, it is the Gulf of America. How did you do it, sir?
Hey, Steve, thanks for having me on. I got my America shirt on right here. And, it was a great sunny afternoon, great sunny Sunday afternoon. I was just with my buddy out of church, and, we came down, and he said, let's go get Rave Runners. It was a 4th of July moment, Americana moment. And it really took another meaning once Trump really came in, especially against Mexico. It was like a slap in the face to the cartels, and I think we really need that. But yeah, it's just amazing to see the progression now from Marjorie Taylor Greene taking it on, turning it into legislation, and then Stephen Miller came in and said, why stop there? We got to get Mount McKinley back.
But hold it, Kevin, hang on. Don't bury the lead. Tell me, how did you actually get the idea? Where did it happen? This is what's so amazing about the story. Tell me about it.
So my buddy Johnny and I, I'll give him a shout out. We did rent Wave Runners out in the Gulf of, formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico, and we rented these Wave Runners on that afternoon, and we're just cruising around in the Gulf. And, it didn't, I honestly first thought it was going to be the Gulf of Florida, and it just came to me. I mean, you always bring up divine providence on the show, so I can't say it was much less than that. I was really just hanging out and having a great time on the water. So it did come to me while I was on the Wave Runner, and I just took a little selfie while I was there and posted.
And we also just found out this. Apple, check this out. Apple has announced they're working to fix a dictation feature for iPhones where the word racist is being momentarily transcribed as Trump. Check it out right here. You can see there's the word racist, and there is the word Trump. Let's see if is there any audio on this? No, there's not any audio, but that is what Apple is doing right now. They're working on a fix. I wonder who got into that. Let's take a look at this another angle here. President Trump pausing to greet the inaugural White House tour group of the year.
I think you're going to. But I want to thank you very much for coming. The tour is so great. We did such a good job. First Lady worked very hard in making it perfect, and I think you're going to really love it. And I heard you were here, and I said, let's stop by and say hello. And it's a group of very smart-looking people, I must say. Very smart. Maybe someday you'll be here as the president, right? Somebody in this group has a chance. Have a good time. Have a great tour. And you're going to give them a special tour, okay? You're going to get a special tour. Have fun, everybody.
President Trump making White House tours great again. I don't have any recollection of Joe Biden making surprise visits. He was always sleeping or napping or on vacation. Here we have this. This is from the Megyn Kelly show. She says, time is not on anyone's side. Death and destruction are happening. NSA Michael G. Waltz on Trump versus Zelensky and how Ukraine and Russia can get to the table immediately. And of course, we now know that peace is going to be here on Friday.
He called Zelensky a dictator, which has had a lot of even right-wingers say that that's ridiculous. Zelensky's not a dictator. Putin's a dictator. It's on the front of the New York Post today. Mark Levin, a big fan of the president, spoke out about this. Is that rhetoric that he just throws out there, or do you think he actually means that? What's happening with that word?
Well, look, I think that he is enormously frustrated with Zelensky. He sees that martial law has been in place. I do think elections need to happen at some point. And all of these things can happen once we get to a ceasefire. And that, I think President Zelensky, again, needs to understand that this is a very different dynamic now. This isn't just as long as it takes, as much as it takes, and you do, whatever you want to do. That we are determined to end this war. President Trump is going to do that. What astounds me is the kind of these critical voices that were so demanding of a ceasefire and a stop to the fighting in Gaza, but yet are aghast that President Trump is doing, saying, moving, however it takes. They don't want to see it. So, what's the alternative solution?
Great observation there. All the people screaming for a ceasefire in Gaza, well, aghast that President Trump would broker a peace deal in Ukraine. Here we have Scott Jennings 9 hours ago. Our favorite CNN commentator, Eric Doherty, reporting that Scott Jennings, Trump is a new broker. He has a chance to do something amazing. Stop the fighting. Grant him some latitude.
And that is to get these two people up. I'm willing to give the new administration some latitude to try to enact the political will of the people of the United States, and that is for this to come to an end. The political will to continue to funding an open-ended engagement is draining rapidly. I think you would acknowledge that. And so Trump here is a new broker on the field and has a chance to do something amazing, and that is to get these two people to stop fighting, and in that case would bring some stability to the continent of Europe. And, you know, what he has to say publicly about Russia or Ukraine over the course of time, I guess I'm willing to give them some latitude if the ultimate result is this, what Pete Hegseth said initially, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine, those were his words. The United States strikes a rare earth mineral deal with Ukraine. I would love that. And the governments in Europe decide that they do need to take a little more responsibility for their own national security. If these are the outcomes and the killing stops, they ought to give Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize.
Amen. Nobel Peace Prize sounds good for me. Governor DeSantis apparently also ending property taxes in the state of Florida. What?
Wherever you're at, it is seriously getting hard to keep up with this, but holy smokes, breaking news. Where's my Floridians right now? I mean, wherever you're at, I'll tell you, I think Tennessee already did this, but now Florida, Governor DeSantis is banning property taxes in the state of Florida.
What's up? Let's go. Maybe we should all move to Florida. If you have any questions about tariffs, this was posted by the Dilly meme team about a simple explanation.
Because success.
In the vast ecosystem of global trade, a significant shift is occurring under President Donald Trump's leadership.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success.
America has long been the generous host, nurturing other nations at its own expense. These tariffs President Trump has doled out could have been avoided had the leaders of China, Mexico, and Canada only use their common sense and not test the line set out on protecting his pride.
Listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
The Canadian Governor Justin Trudeau has ideas of taking on the king of the economic jungle in his own domain. Not a very smart idea for this inexperienced loon. Trudeau suffers a staggering blow of a 25% tariff on all goods and a 10% tariff on energy. As we fly farther south to the US-Mexican border, we find President Scheinbaum much like a diligent dung beetle, tirelessly pushing a massive ball of bullshit up the hill of President Trump's 25% tariff on all imported goods. Next, we take a leap across the Pacific Ocean to China, where President Xi, like a plundering panda, falls quickly into the snare of a 10% tariff for his role in facilitating the production of a deadly drug that has taken many American lives. These tariffs are the catalysts for innovation, a call to arms for American creativity and industry. Jobs will flourish, communities will thrive, echoing the rebirth of ecosystems after a long winter's nap. This change might bring challenges, a time of adjustment, but the vision is clear. A dawn of a new golden age is within our grasp. All we have to do is find a net. This public service announcement has been brought to you by the Dilly Meme Team.
Oh, man, I love the Dilly meme team. I love the Dilly meme team. Oh, what's this? We have this. Oh, some language alert. This is President Trump. Looks like he's on Air Force One.
All right.
Tampons are for women. Where are they going to stick it? Up their ass? Get it the out of here.
It was fire. It was.
We put it up on this.
You want to do it?
Yeah,
good. All right. Well, let me get the rally out.
Do it now.
Yeah.
Do it. Get it up. That's a new one. Is that a new one? You couldn't act it as good as that. No. See, these are modern day stars.
Oh, my goodness. And, of course, we have so much to be thankful for. Famous black businessman John Hope Bryant stunned Cam Newton when he said, "I don't care about DEI." Bryant then argued America actually needs more successful white men. Interesting. But I think what we should really just close on here is this moment in time.
Is over. Trump 2024.
Oh, man, George. George Papadopoulos right here in the time machine. We just got back from the debate. Gary Franchi here. I mean, holy cow, this was amazing.
Oh my God, Gary! This is it. This is the benefit of time travel. I'm telling you, this is it. Not many people could do it. We did it.
The future looks bright, doesn't it?
The future looks extremely bright. I'm very happy. Extremely happy. Trump 2024. Don't worry about anything. Be strong, America. We got this.
We got this. We got this indeed. So the economic transformation we're witnessing isn't just about numbers. It's about accountability and results. Trump isn't just winning policy battles. He's systematically replacing corrupt leadership. His decision to replace the chairman of the Joint Chiefs after 7 failed Pentagon audits sends a powerful message that no one is immune from accountability anymore. His swift action for Kentucky flood victims earned praise even from Democrat Governor Andy Bashar, who admitted Trump's response was faster than anything seen before. This is what terrifies the establishment. A president who actually delivers on promises, from border security to economic growth to bureaucratic accountability. Trump is fulfilling campaign pledges while the media pretends nothing is happening. So here's the question. Is the mainstream media deliberately ignoring Trump's successes, or are they genuinely incapable of admitting their apocalyptic predictions were completely wrong? Drop a comment below and grab your exclusive Next News gear in the Next News merch shop. It's linked down below, shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Grab a hat. We'll see you at the next report. What's up, folks? What's up? Where are we at? Where are my next newsies? Gary's Gorillas, as you call yourselves. Okay, we got George, who just became a member. Juan Ruiz is on the attack again tonight, dropping even more memberships. He just dropped 5. Brooks, Teresa, Black Clover, Scott Hauser, Bear Post, also getting memberships. We've got Mimi, $9.99. Love you, Gary and fam. God's blessing always. Thank you, Mimi. We got Tom B420 dropping $5. Keep it up, Gary. And 3. Love it. We got Melchizedek at $5. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Yogi Bear dropping $20. iPhone users voice text the word racist like sending a text message. You may have to repeat the process. Wait until you see, and that's exactly what we showed you in the last report. Let's get into our next topic of the evening. The ICE raids are on, and we have the inside scoop that you will not hear anywhere else. The left is in meltdown mode. We've also got some inside stuff from James O'Keefe. He just dropped a doozy coming tomorrow. So let's get into it. The days of sanctuary cities protecting violent criminals are officially over. President Trump promised to restore law and order in America, and the results are already sending shockwaves through liberal strongholds nationwide. In the past week alone, ICE agents have arrested dozens of dangerous criminals who should have been deported years ago, but were protected by progressive policies. In New York, they apprehended a Chinese national convicted of murder. In Chicago, they arrested a Mexican nationals convicted of drunk driving, causing death and drug trafficking. In St. Paul, they arrested individuals convicted of doing horrible things to children. These are the monsters that Democrats have been protecting in the name of compassion. Rather than apologizing, AOC is instructing illegal immigrants to not open the doors to law enforcement. And while President Trump works to remove dangerous criminals from our streets, I want to talk to you about a threat that's called premature aging. A groundbreaking 2024 study revealed that collagen can dramatically reduce wrinkles and improve skin firmness. As the border wall construction resumes to keep America safe, this multi-collagen formula works as your body's structural support system. Just as border wall is reducing illegal crossings by 87%, this formula's 5 key types of collagen shows remarkable results in reducing wrinkles and improving elasticity. Unlike sanctuary policies that hide the truth, this collagen contains nothing to hide. No GMOs, no artificial ingredients. So visit healthwithgary.com. Get 51% off and a discount during their special promotion. It's linked down below. Okay, this just moments ago from James O'Keefe. He has their first federal whistleblower of 2025 going on the record This changes everything. Let's check in with James O'Keefe.
Tomorrow. Let's go. I want 2 videographers in location A. I want 2 videographers in location B. It might take hours. It's an endurance test.
We have no idea if they are armed, what kind of traps they may have laid out.
They go to peak to peak to peak.
To peak to peak.
Maybe that's what we should do tomorrow. Let's go.
Hike up the mountain?
Yeah.
We don't know if there's anything up there?
Whoa.
Tomorrow, a new whistleblower goes on the record with O'Keefe Media and Citizen Journalism Foundation.
So you ready to do this?
I'm ready. They're doing it on behalf of the cartels.
Where was the whistle coming from? Yeah, we are being watched, we're being monitored, and they're whistling.
And don't fear the government and what they can do to you. I'm just standing here, just hear what I'm trying to say. Help me.
Stay tuned.
James O'Keefe is on the case. Here we have this just 3 hours ago. In the Oval Office, President Trump announces the United States will replace the EB-5 program with the new gold card for immigration. Check this out.
Card of about. We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure.
Mr. President, are there
Wait a
any
minute.
requirements for that
Hang on a
gold
sec.
card? Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Go
the
ahead.
EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card, and for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. We're going to be
gold cards, baby. Taking out the national debt and solving the immigration process at the same time. Here we have DHS Secretary Kristi Noem announcing she's found the ICE raid leakers and is firing them.
Jeopardy. Their lives. I have found some leakers. We are continuing to get more. They will be fired. There will be consequences. And remember, when they leak information to the press in order to blow an op, they are putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. They are risking their lives and putting their families in the position where they'll have to live without those individuals any further. So you bet we have used every tactic that we have. If you remember, we talked just last week about how I'm using polygraphs to go after and to really interview these folks because we are a national security agency. I have that tool I can use. Also looking at their emails, looking at their communications. And it's amazing how these bureaucrats who have an agenda to stop the work that we're doing to bring safety to America, how they will sell each other down the river if it's just to protect themselves. So don't worry, I am doing everything to find these leakers and to get rid of them so that we can do our work and our law enforcement officers and agents can do it safely. I have found some leakers. We are continuing.
About time we found out who these leakers are, and they are facing justice. Here we have more from the press secretary on the leaks of sensitive information to the press.
Unacceptable. I know the president and this White House commend Secretary Noem for launching an internal investigation to identify those leakers because it's unacceptable for career bureaucrats who are standing in the way of the will of the American people and enacting President Trump's agenda. If they don't want to adhere to the will of the 77 million Americans who reelected President Trump, then they should go find another job. And if they continue to leak information, especially information that is critical to protecting Border Patrol agents and ICE agents who are out there doing jobs that not many people are willing to do, putting their lives on the line to protect our national security, then those individuals absolutely should be fired. And this administration is committed to finding them.
Oh, yeah. It is on. Here we have more from this press secretary earlier today. The border wall is a signature promise of President Trump's campaign. Let's listen.
At him for bringing up the border wall is a signature promise of President Trump's campaign. He talked about it way back in 2015 and 2016, and people laughed at him for bringing up this idea. It's proven to be not only an idea that he delivered on in his first term and continues to deliver on in his second term, but it's also proven to be highly effective. In fact, we know where there were parts of President Trump's border wall built and standing under the previous administration, illegal border crossings dropped 87% where there was a border wall. So the wall is an incredible deterrent factor for illegal migrant caravans. The president is committed to the continuation of the construction of the wall. And, you know, the previous administration actually sold off the resources that the Trump administration secured to build the wall. And that's an egregious misuse of the American taxpayers' money. They just let those resources rot on the southern border. They actually sold them for pennies on the dollar. So this administration, DHS and ICE and Customs and Border Patrol and Tom Homan and all of the great people you know who are working on this effort are committed to continuing the construction of President Trump's border wall. The border wall is a signature promise of President Trump's campaign.
Build the wall. It's happening. It's going back up. Biden claimed that he needed a bill for authority to shut down the border until it could get back under control. Well, Congress didn't pass the bill, and yet in his first month in office, Donald Trump has somehow managed to shut down the border without it. Oh, yes, that's what's happening. Here's more. Check this out. This is really bizarre. Governor Katie Hobbs of Arizona, she's bending the knee to Donald Trump. Today, I signed an executive order launching Operation Desert Guardian to combat cartels, stop drug smuggling and human trafficking, and secure America's border. How interesting is that, right? Secretary Kristi Noem was quote tweeting her. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just signed an executive order to partner local and state law enforcement with the federal government to secure our border and stop transnational gangs. Isn't that interesting? Katie Hobbs, who stole the election there, now is bending the knee to President Trump. Here we have this from Officer Lou posting a Fox News clip. In a major operation, one of the most significant to date, approximately 90 illegal migrants were detained in and around Colony Ridge. We talked about this yesterday, but here is an update.
Largely has
in Texas on that. Brooke, what happened?
Hi, Bill. Well, this was one of the largest operations we have seen yet, with Border Czar Tom Homan telling Fox First that around 90 illegal migrants were arrested. These arrests happening in and around the Colony Ridge area. This is right outside of Houston. It's a largely Hispanic development. Officials say HSI, along with ERO officers and Texas DPS, targeted criminal and illegal migrants early Monday morning. Border Czar Tom Homan joined that operation. He tells me it was phase one of a larger criminal investigation and that a majority of those arrested were criminal migrants. Now, we're still waiting on a breakdown of just how many, but he says some already had warrants and were arrested at worksite operations. Others were captured on camera right here getting arrested during traffic stops conducted by DPS.
This is something a little different today. It's a larger criminal investigation into a network, and a lot of the people we're interested in were located in that area. I know for a fact there were several sexual predators, child predators that were arrested for sexual misconduct with a child. There are several of them. I know there's one that was convicted of either homicide or murder.
And ICE just sent me this. Among those arrested, a three-time previously deported criminal illegal alien from El Salvador. ICE tells me he had a criminal arrest warrant for alleged repeated abuse of a minor.
Oh, my goodness. It's just disgusting, but I'm glad these people are getting off the streets. It is long overdue. Joe Biden, of course, allowing them to flourish in this country. In New York City, ICE has arrested a Chinese national convicted of murder. Representative AOC reminds illegal immigrants to protect themselves and do not open the door. AOC sharing tips on how illegal immigrants can evade ICE. Yeah, don't open the door. That's what she's telling. Maybe Tom Homan should send a welcome team to her house and see what she's up to. We have this also 6 hours ago. Rapid Response 47 in Chicago. ICE arrested a Mexican national convicted of drunk driving, resulting in a death, who had an order of removal back from 2006. A Mexican national convicted of possession with these drugs with intent to distribute, who also had an order of removal, and more. This is from Congresswoman Delia C. Ramirez. When Trump weaponizes the DOJ to target welcoming states and sanctuary cities that defend our neighbors, remember, he and his billionaire bosses seek to break us so there's no one left to resist. What? Yeah, okay, whatever. You guys can keep crying all you want. We are going to keep making America safer and greater every single minute of the day. Let's keep going. In St. Paul, we have this. ICE has arrested a Sudanese national convicted of, you can see it on the screen there, I don't even like saying those words, a Mexican national convicted of also that against the victim under that age, and a Laotian national convicted of this. And oh my goodness, these people are absolutely horrific, but they are no longer on our streets. Here we have more, a tiny sample of the illegal immigrant criminals arrested in so-called sanctuary destinations in the past few days under Trump. If politicians in these sanctuary locales had their way, these criminals would still be free to roam our streets. I don't even want to look at these people, but here they are. Look at that. Mexican national convicted of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. Mexican national convicted of possession of this thing. Sudanese national convicted of that. Mexican national convicted of that. Mexican national convicted of negligent this. Salvadorian national convicted of what? Oh my. A Chinese national convicted of murder. Laotian national. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But we are racking up the wins every single day with this administration. But then we have this. Representative Pramila Jayapal. We can't let them deport them.
We can't let them their distractions. We can't let them deport the millions of families across this country who have been doing the work that keeps our economy going every day. We can't let them scapegoat and criminalize immigrants who contribute, who are our neighbors, our friends, our churchgoers, our community around us that we deeply love. Immigrants are us. Yes. Immigrants are us, and we all deserve respect and dignity. That's right. If you look at the food that's on your table, think about who picked it. Right. Yeah. If you look at your homes...
Yeah, and if you look at your children, you can just hope that they don't end up in the hands of a 3-time deported Salvadorian man arrested in Texas. Yeah, straight to Gitmo. Here we have Laura Ingraham, 12 hours ago on the way to Gitmo with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Let's check in with her.
At Gitmo,
We're getting ready to depart for Gitmo. It's about 7:30 in the morning. Early risers in the military, of course, with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. There's a big mission underway at Gitmo. We're going to tell you a little bit about it, involving moving some of the illegal immigrants out of the United States who are seeking asylum here. But this is going to be an exciting trip and very informational for all the viewers of The Angle. Look forward to seeing you for the report.
And the American economy and the American borders getting more secure by the minute. Let's see, we have this. Here's DOD rapid response, shaking every single hand after landing in Gitmo. Secretary of Defense loves and supports the American warfighter. Wow.
Okay, so you got this.
I never could imagine this, but here we are, folks. This is the most beautiful thing ever. Real people working inside of our government. And we have this. This one says, "Why are you even here, you losers? You have no loyalty, no care about a country you're invading. Party's over. We won."
But let me get this straight. You're protesting in America to be here illegally, and you're waving the flag that you're from, but you refuse to go back to the country that you're from. And not only that, you're taking the American flag, throwing it on the ground, and stepping on it.
Yeah, then why are you even here? Yeah, isn't that ironic? You see all these protests, don't deport us, but then they're waving the American flags of the country from where they escaped from. Here is more from illegal alien crimes. Mike Tobin Fox released video from the police chase when these two were arrested. Whoa.
Governor Mayor of Chicago.
Wow. Immigration crackdown reaching far beyond the southern border. This is exclusive new video that shows migrants in Illinois leading police on a dangerous high-speed chase. That is a cornfield. Mike Tobin's live in Chicago. What happened here, Mike? Hello.
Well, Bill, you know the Illinois governor and mayor of Chicago are opposed to immigration reform efforts from the Trump administration. But now you've got counties in Illinois who are stepping up to say they've got enough problems and don't want to be a sanctuary.
Troop 5, he just took off on me.
Two Hondurans in the U.S. illegally lead police on a high-speed chase through cornfields an hour and a half outside Chicago.
Pit. Subject is on foot, running northbound through the field. On foot, northbound through the field. Get your hands up. Get them up.
18-year-old Royben Barahona, 23-year-old Christian Arazo Velasquez arrested. 7 pounds of fentanyl found in the car.
Three bricks.
The Illinois Safety Act eliminates cash bond. Barahona was released without bail and quickly fled to California. Velasquez is still held in the Grundy County Jail. The county chairman believes they were in Illinois because it's a sanctuary state.
If we had a less welcome. Wow. Immigration crack.
Thank the governor of Illinois for that. Jelly Belly Pritzker. Well, they are going to be testifying in front of Congress very soon to answer for their obstruction. This is from the White House moments ago. The White House exposed the sick reality of sanctuary cities where Democrats fight to keep illegal immigrant criminals on our streets. Trump is deporting the murderers and the people the Democrats want free. Here is the official press release from the White House. Check it out on our X account. You need to follow us there if you are not, because that is where we are posting all of the up-to-date information. We are now officially in the press corps for the White House, and we get all of the inside information instantaneously directly from the press communications office. So you need to be following us for the latest information and, of course, following us here on YouTube. So the reality the mainstream media refuses to acknowledge is that President Trump's border policies work. As Press Secretary Leavitt pointed out, under the previous administration, illegal border crossings dropped 87% where there was a border wall. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris team claimed they needed new legislation to secure the border, yet somehow in his first month back in office, President Trump has managed to shut it down without any new laws, exposing their true agenda. And perhaps most stunning is Secretary Hegseth's confirmation that Guantanamo Bay is being prepared to hold illegal immigrants seeking asylum outside U.S. borders. So this ensures that those with frivolous claims can't disappear into American communities while their cases languish. So the message is clear. America's borders matter, our laws matter, and American lives matter. The question is, should mayors and governors who deliberately obstruct federal immigration enforcement face legal consequences for crimes committed by those they protect? Answer below. And grab your exclusive Next News gear in the Next News merch shop. It's linked down below. Grab a hat, grab a shirt, and show the world where you stand with real news. Wow. Okay. All right, folks. Parma's Dax, what's up? Dropping $2. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Love your shades, Gary. Yes, those are my Doc Brown shades. And then we got Keel for Real dropping $2. What's up, Keel for Real? Thank you for that. And then we also want to welcome Dr. Ed Calley, who has just become a member. What's up, guys? Thank you for your support. We've got more news to get to. Remember, super chats between segments. If you have something to say, you want to get my attention, that's the easiest way because sometimes the chat just gets overloaded. But I see you, Stanley Davis. I see you, John, Overeducated. I see you, Do Better. I see you, Floyd. I see you, End the Madness, Tweety Pie, Steve Hoskins, All About Bubblegum, All Out of Bubblegum. I see you guys. I see you. All right, let's get into one of my favorite topics. You know how much I love the Doge. You know, it just seems like we just got to have the Doge. Keep on. Keeping on, right? Let's go. Washington bureaucrats are experiencing something entirely new under the Trump administration, accountability. And they're absolutely terrified. President Trump and the Doge director, Elon Musk, have implemented a revolutionary requirement for federal employees. Prove that you're actually working. And the concept is simple. All federal workers must submit 5 bullet points explaining what they accomplished in the previous week. As someone who demands the exact same accountability from my own crew here at the Next News Network, I can tell you this is just basic business sense. You'd think this would be easy for anyone with a real job, yet according to Press Secretary Leavitt, on Friday, it was like there were tumbleweeds blowing through the office. And as Alina Habba put it, if you struggle to name 5 things you did last week, your position should be eliminated. And the results are already astounding. VA Secretary Collins has identified nearly $2 billion in wasteful contracts that will now be redirected to actual veteran care. And while Trump and Musk clean house in our bloated federal agencies, another crisis demands attention: high blood pressure. Nearly half of all American adults have it, yet only 1 in 4 have it under control. And just as Elon Musk helps eliminate government waste, this incredible product helps manage blood pressure naturally. Federal workers must now submit 5 bullet points weekly. Similarly, this triple action formula with white mulberry leaf and cinnamon bark holds your cardiovascular system accountable by regulating blood pressure, balancing blood sugar, and improving cholesterol. Where government agencies resist transparency, this formula is completely transparent with all natural ingredients. Visit boostwithgary.com for up to 40% off during their special promotion. You'll find it linked below, and we thank our sponsors for their support. Here is our beloved press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, talking about those 5 points.
Last night, it has proven successful, and it's a very simple idea when you think about it. All the Office of Personnel Management is asking, all this administration is asking, President Trump is asking, is for federal workers who live off of the American taxpayer's dime to send 5 bullet points of what they have done in the previous week. That is all we are asking for. And so the Office of Personnel and Management sent out additional guidance last night. Those responses should be directed to agency leadership, and the president defers to his cabinet secretaries, who he's obviously entrusted to pursue the guidance relative to their specific workforce. And for some of the agencies that you've seen who have said, please don't send these emails, it's in their best interest for that specific agency, and the president supports that. And let me be very clear, the president and Elon, his entire cabinet are working as one unified team. And they are implementing these very common sense solutions.
Common sense is returning to Washington, D.C. Here we have Rand Paul, speaking of common sense, says Congress must step up to the plate and make spending cuts official and permanent.
that is not only probably we should try to put aside some of the fear mongering. To my knowledge, no one in the Trump administration has advocated for taking Social Security money and using it for another purpose. So that's a hypothetical that is not only untrue, it is promoting fear. We should be telling everyone in America no one's promoting that. No one's asking for that. There are some debatable points, though. Nobody's advocating it from the post office either. Plus, the post office has no money. They're $9.5 billion in the hole every year now. But there are some real questions. The other side has called these illegal funding freezes. Well, I don't think pausing spending for a month was what we've had so far will be interpreted even as impoundment. There is a debate when something is actually impounded. I think if you went through a fiscal year and you get beyond a fiscal year and you haven't spent money, it's going to be classified by anybody as impoundment. There will be a legal debate over it at that time. But there will be a legal discussion, and this is a separation of powers issue. It's an important one. I actually voted against repurposing money for the wall, for building the wall last time, because I thought it was congressional perspective. So I share some of the concerns, but I think it's unfair to leap to sort of conclusions of this is illegal or this is, being done and it's democracy's in turmoil and the world's going to end. I mean, when they stopped the money flowing at USAID, they found $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. And if the other side wants to stand up and argue that that's really wrong, that we're going to stop $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, they can. But instead, they just say everything is illegal and Elon is terrible and Elon has all this data and Elon wasn't elected. These gentlemen weren't elected either. Their bosses won't be elected. Trump was elected, and he's appointing them. So nobody in the administration's elected other than the president. They're all going to be appointed. But there's a question, when you elect a president, should they get to execute their policy? Did we elect a change? Or is there some sort of bureaucracy that's so huge and inert that we can't move it? And that's what many of us have complained about for a long time. Some call it the deep state, and the other side says, oh, they're all conniving. Well, no, the deep state is essentially the bureaucracy that is unmovable and has a perspective. And their perspective is skewed towards spending more money, not less. We should debate not whether Elon Musk is Satan, but maybe whether or not, we should spend $3 million out of State Department funds on girl-centric climate change in Brazil. Whether you spend $30,000 on a trans opera in Colombia, $25,000 on a trans comic book in Peru, $660,000 on microaggressions among obese Latinx. When you say that, most people don't even know what that means. And most people Hispanic are just, frankly, offended by the whole thing, whatever it's supposed to mean. All these racial sort of things and sort of, left-wing sort of causes, we can debate that, whether we should keep spending money on it, but we wouldn't know it had Elon Musk not stopped things. We wouldn't even know it was being spent. So I, for one, think scrutiny is good. But I'm not a blank check. I've told both of the nominees today, and I've told Russ Vought, when it comes down to a year from now, if the money's being impounded, I'm probably going to be saying, send it back and let Congress vote on it. And it's also a way of making permanence. I love all the stuff he's finding, all the waste. I want it to be permanent. I want it to have real, value, and we get that through a decision. Won't be easy, but it can be done through simple majority. And my guess is that the minority party, while they're squawking about Elon looking at their Social Security number or something, they are probably not, any of them, interested in cutting the $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. That'll be part of a rescission package, and my guess is there won't be anybody on the Democrat Party that will vote for rescission of any kind of cutting. If we give them $1 billion for an aircraft carrier and they can do it for $800 million, shouldn't we be happy to get the $200 million back? And
oh man, Rand Paul, he is making too much sense. They are attacking the messenger and ignoring the message. Here we have from Nick Adams. He says, my cohorts are full of crap. Kevin O'Leary made a mockery of former Democrat Congressman Tom Malinowski on CNN. What's going on there?
Anyone who loves this country. He goes in and fires people, terminates programs, causes immense harm to people who have been working for years for this country, patriotic Americans, and to the Americans who receive these services. And then he says, oh, whoops, I made a mistake. That's completely unacceptable and should be unacceptable to anyone who loves this country.
And yet, Kevin, you've got a full tooth grin. Why?
Because my cohort's full of crap. He has no executional mandate. He can't do anything he just said. He is just simply observing, pointing out, and letting the American people know what he's found. And if you don't like it, okay, that's all right. But he does not have the ability to do what Congress has, to execute on his recommendations. So everybody chill out. This is a guy that's focusing a lens on waste, corruption, huge budget overseas, and saying, I don't think this is working, but he can't actually take a dime of any of this. So, you know, to say Elon Musk is running government is full of BS. This guy is just pointing out what every American wants to know. If you're making $68,000 sitting at your kitchen, which is the average American, watching this kind of waste, you're pissed. You're really pissed, which is about 70, 80% of the population. So get over it. Let him do his work. The guy has amazing executional excellence. You can't point out anything he's done that hasn't worked out.
He goes in and fires.
Kevin O'Leary on fire. Here we have more. Gutfeld, Jen Psaki, you're not upset your coworkers just got doged?
Not outraged that your
and disrespectful. What say you?
First of all, Jen Psaki, Michael Steele, you're not outraged that your coworkers just got doged. I mean, you just lost Joy Reid, Jonathan Capehart, Katie Fang. Who else did they?
Alexis Wagner.
Alexis Wagner. They all went over, but that's okay. Really? That's okay because in the media you never talk about that, do you? The thing is, this was obviously the email was just a test to see if you still exist. You know, this is what you do for the George Costanzas. You know, the people that maintain a position but not a presence. So it's a bureaucratic bird call. And I've had to clean house a couple of times when I was an editor. And you always start with the outside in, and you have to do things in a big way. And when you listen to these criticisms, it sounds exactly like what they said about the border. When we were in crisis at the border, there was nothing you could do about it. Oh, you can do the little things, but you can't do the big thing. Seal the border, because it's too mean. It's too heartless. It's too insensitive. It doesn't show any empathy. And if you cast a wide net, whether it's Doge or the border, you're always going to get the wrong people. But that's the argument whenever you're dealing with excess. Whenever you need to cut and you know the company's in trouble, they will always try to stop it by using that argument that it's inhumane. But the only approach to reforming a bloated system is cutting it quick and cutting it fast. And if you make mistakes and it's messy, at least you can rectify it. It's not like releasing violent felons into the general population who then kill people, or letting your troops die in a chaotic withdrawal from a foreign country. Bureaucracy is actually an area where you don't need a scalpel. In fact, a scalpel cannot keep up with the growth of bureaucracy. You need a chainsaw, you need an axe, especially when it's this dire and the people in the media and the politicians aren't telling you how bad it really is.
Oh, you gotta love it. Here's more. Data Republican, a great follow on X, if you're on X, went out with Glenn Beck, apparently stunned him with a blunt explanation of how the shadow government subverts the will of the people, stating they're offended by Doge because their power depends on people not knowing what they're doing with our money. Let's check this out.
Censorship in this.
Are we going to be able to stop this? Because I know there's more levels to it than what, we're showing from your research now.
All the globalists, and I don't really like that term globalist, but anyway, well, it doesn't matter. But they all emphasize this censorship and this secrecy. And the reason why they're offended is because their power depends on people not knowing what they're doing with their money. And so that is truly censorship. Because I think if actual Americans understood what they were doing with our money, and they were actually setting up their own government and actually ignoring what real people wanted to do, we would be so upset. Because the reality is that these people have a government unto themselves that they've created with these NGOs that they run separately from us. And the reason I'm doing this interview is because I want to promote the knowledge to the public that these people operate in different vocabulary with different rules, and they have made their own government inside ours with our money.
Are we going to be...
Wow, that's a perfect explanation. Here we have more. This is Chunk Uger pushing the idea that he hasn't seen Doge cut fraud, waste, and abuse within the federal government. He doesn't realize that Doge is using algorithms to find transactions that have been hidden from Congress. This is on News Nation. Let's listen into here.
And it makes them... Do you understand how many Americans sit around and they see the government spending more than they make in a year, spending their tax dollars and more than they make in a year on a theater in Peru, or on Sesame Street in Iraq, or on climate justice? And it makes them angry. They want that cut. And you're saying it's silly.
No, I'm saying that, look, I wouldn't agree with the climate justice cuts, for example, but that's okay. They won the election. If they say, hey, we found this, this, and this, and we're cutting it, that's their right. They won the election. But if they say we're cutting without even looking, that's mental. And by the way, reckless. And what it's going to do is going to destroy their own credibility. And they won't be actually able to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. Besides which, I haven't seen them cut any waste, fraud, and abuse. The Pentagon can't pass an audit if their life depended on it.
Cutting without looking? What is he talking about? That's exactly what they're doing. Line by line, they are cutting everything that they see that is waste, fraud, and abuse. Come on, Chunk.
Hexas says, hey, we're going to cut 8% per year. That sounds pretty good, and I like that. Then he said, well, actually, we're not cutting. We're reallocating to a different part of the Pentagon.
Do you understand how many...
Wow, here we have Mark Cuban having a meltdown on Democrat Party crumbling in real time. Oh, Mark Cuban, poor guy.
So if you get Mark Cuban, no friend of Donald Trump, I think we can say he's a pretty fair critic, right? Here he is going after Democrats, saying that they can't sell their own message.
The Democrats can't sell where Donald Trump can sell. You know, if you gave the Democrats a dollar bill and said you can sell these for 50 cents, they would hire 50 people to decide if they really, to try to figure out how to do it, and then would not know how to sell a dollar bill for 50 cents. If you gave it to Donald Trump and said sell this dollar bill for $2, he'd figure out a way, right? He'd tell you that $2 bill is, you know, is huge.
Okay, so to your point then, Kaylee, they're going to have to sell this ultimately, and they're going to have to convince people that it's effective in what they're doing.
And there's such a dearth of fresh ideas. I'm just struck. He's exactly right. You know, Chuck Schumer thought that he came up with the general thrust of the 2026 message as outlined in Politico, and it was about the reconciliation bill going through Congress. And here it is. The Republican goal is to give billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, the American people, pay the cost. That's 2016 Bernie Sanders. I mean, we've heard this before. They need something fresh. It's the same old tired talking points.
Yep. And we have a new sheriff in town. Here we have, this is from Elon Musk. Elon, only very few people in the West really understand the horrors of war. One of the things that does concern me, well, let's listen.
On the front line. One of the things that does concern me is that there are very few people alive today who actually viscerally understand the horrors of war. At least in the U.S. I mean, obviously there are people on the front lines in Ukraine and Russia who understand just how terrible war is. But how many people in the West understand it?
Yeah, exactly. How many? And here we have more. This is the party insurrection. Barbie says this is the party screaming about billionaires, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Let's listen in.
From the same class. Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer, Dianne Feinstein, Kamala Harris, Jerry Brown, Gavin Newsom. They're all from the same place. They're all from the same class. They're all very wealthy. They all have estates. Kevin's living in a $9 million home. Jerry's got a big Grass Valley estate. Feinstein had one of the most beautiful homes at Tahoe. But their policy made sure that people where I live can't buy a house because of the regulations. It's so hard to do. Or they made sure that food is very expensive, or there's no natural gas. And because it doesn't affect them, because they have enough money, that they don't really care about the rates. They can either get their income and capital gains or get right up, but they don't really worry about it. And then something like Los Angeles happens, and now that everybody's dumbfounded, oh my God, I'm not insulated from this. No, you're not.
Yeah, that's who's running the show. Not anymore, though. Here we have Looks like we got Elon Musk with Tucker Carlson. Let's check this out.
Decided to go all in. You just went more all in than I've ever seen anybody, ever. Did you ever doubt? Or did you just decide to go all in and just did it?
I mean, my philosophy is you play to win. You don't play by half measure.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing exactly. Here we have more. The Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has ordered his employees to respond to Elon Musk's email asking them to list 5 things they did last week.
That's what you did last. Breaking news a moment ago now, the Transportation Department head has now weighed in. Sean Duffy is telling his employees they should respond to Elon Musk and his request to tell us what you did last week. Sean Duffy's here now, Transportation Secretary. And, sir, good morning to you. Others have said, not so fast. Why did you tell your employees to respond?
I mean, every department is different. So if you're a SEAL Team 6 or a CIA agent or FBI agent, you might say, listen, that's not appropriate to actually respond to that email. But at DOT, I have no problem with the employees here saying, what did you do last week? And if you can't come up with 5 things that you did, maybe you shouldn't be employed here. So again, this is an easy task. It happens in the private sector all the time. And so I wanted our employees to actually engage and talk about what they did. And I think this whole movement, Bill, is potentially going to make people go, I'm going to come to work earlier. I'm going to stay later. I'm going to look at what Donald Trump wants me to accomplish because he won the election. And I'm going to fight and work to make sure I help him accomplish that because I'm a public servant. I don't work for a party or a union or a think tank. I actually work for the president. And again, I think this goes to that point. Just tell us what you did last week.
Okay, so we looked up, today's the 24th. As of today, this is what you filed. 5 things I did last week. Terminated the New York City elitist anti-worker congestion pricing. That was number 1. Number 3, saved $10 million a year by eliminating redundant, outdated landlines. Number 5, toured Burbank, California, traffic control tower, and on it went. I did that. Breaking news a moment ago now.
All right, we got more here. Check this out. Here's Tucker and Luke Groman revealing the gold at Fort Knox was counted at 18,000 tons of gold during World War II. Let's check this out. Oh, Ron Paul, baby. Give me some Ron Paul.
Decades. And if so, Fort Knox is one of the places, the physical places in the United States where we're told our gold is stored.
And we're going to go into Fort Knox to make sure the gold is there.
Members of Congress, almost all of them with the last name Paul, have been calling for an audit of Fort Knox for, just decades. And if you really press, it doesn't look like Fort Knox has been actually audited for close to 100 years since the 30s. I think that's right. They said it was audited in the 70s, but it wasn't actually audited. Why is it so hard with a federal workforce, including contractors of like 10 million people, to just go through the contents of the vaults and weigh them and make sure that they're not gold-plated titanium and make sure they're all there and then figure out who owns them? Why is that so hard? We're told, oh, that's too complicated. Really?
I want to say after World War II, we had 18,000 tons of gold, official gold. And by the time we got to call it 71, we were down to the 8,100 we have today. And
no way.
Oh, wow. We are about to have some serious revelations when they go in there and audit the gold. Here's Congressman Tim Burchett saying the quiet part out loud, your tax dollars are being laundered.
And they need to be out. I guarantee you it goes from the American taxpayer's back pocket to the back pocket of politicians in Washington, D.C. And if it's either party, I don't care. They need to be exposed and they need to be out of office.
It's Tim Burchett, baby. Let's go. Here we have more from VA Secretary Doug Collins, who found $2 billion in contracts that'll be canceled.
Talk about efficient. Hey, everybody, it's been fast paced and I keep coming to you with what we're doing. And today I've got a number. I got some big news for you. And look, this is why we talk about efficiency and getting the job done for veterans here at the VA. Right now, I've just been told we are just the first step of almost $2 billion. That's billion with a B that we found in contracts that are cutting. Those are things that we're saving now that we can put back into healthcare, benefits, making sure that we're doing what the VA is supposed to do, and that is health and veterans benefits. Stands to reason. But hey, you got to see this. I've been giving this report. It says we were taking millions of contracts and dollars in contracts to create things like PowerPoint slide and meeting minutes. Folks, if you don't know how to run PowerPoint slides, learn. It's a tutorial on your computer. Go learn for free. It's okay. Take your own notes. Wow, I'll send you one of my pencils if you need one, but we're not paying millions of dollars for consultants to do this for us. Also, I found out coaching and training. Millions in dollars in contracts for coaching and training. If you need coaching and training, that's what you have in a supervisor. And if your supervisor can't coach you and train you in their job, then I tell you what, let me know. I'll come help you. We'll be ready to go. And also this last one kills me. It was millions of dollars for executive support. You know, I love you and I support you, but we can figure out how to do things on our own. We don't need outside people coming in to help us with executive support. Look, these are they're going to be more coming. This is going to have some details that are going to be coming out for you. And also, there's more contracts coming. So this is just the first of all, right at $2 billion. We got almost there. There's going to be more coming. But let me let you know, don't feed the line of what DC's wanting to sell you. We are putting money back to veterans' health, back to veterans' benefits. And don't let nameless sources, even senators and House members who want to scare you, and media who want to perpetuate the line. We're taking care of the veterans. I promise you that from day one.
Let's go, man. Veterans finally getting some respect. And we have this from Byron Donalds. Democrats are flailing over Musk and Doge gaining access to IRS data. But in 2023, Joe Biden gave 53 unpaid researchers and student volunteers access to the same system, and they said nothing.
$1 billion? No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with this very simple thing. They love the massive bloat and waste because it's like you said, Mark, they get to fit all of their little pet projects underneath the covers where nobody can see it. You got Stacey Abrams and one of her climate fund groups is supposed to get $2 billion when if you look at their tax returns, their revenue is only $100 and they're getting $2 billion. This is the kind of stuff. They're so upset about Elon Musk and the Doge team having access to the Internal Revenue Service data into the Treasury payment system. But there's a report that came out the other day that under Joe Biden, he let 53 researchers and students, unpaid people, go in and actually have full access to the data of the American people at the IRS. Joe Biden's administration let that happen. So they have no problem with the waste and the fraud and the abuse as long as their special interest groups are being funded and their ideology is being promoted regardless of the will of the American people. But our country can't simply survive that. We are very thankful that Donald Trump and his team are saying enough is enough. They are going to save this nation for the American people and begin the process of restoring a constitutional republic.
A constitutional republic. I'm glad he got that right. Okay, please don't fire me, Mr. President. Federal worker emails Elon Musk. I don't know. This has got to be satire.
The flags look like, hey, I'm a federal employee. These are the 5 things I did last week. Number 1, I made sure all the TPS reports have the new cover sheets. Number 2, I reflagged my cyber truck, and the flags look like Two-Face from Batman. One side is President Trump, the other is President Musk, and below it says President Trusk. Number 3, I changed all the globes in the office to now say the Gulf of America, and I also flattened out those globes so they'd be more true to life. Number 4, ketamine. Number 5, I gave a presentation on diversity, and rather than use my laser pointer, I Roman saluted to every point on the screen. Number 6, above and beyond, I took 5 37-minute poop breaks, and that sounds bad, but the whole time I was on X yelling about DEIs. I said I could multitask in my interview, and I wasn't lying. Number 7, it was Casual Friday, that's right, and I wore my shirt that I got from Kanye's website. And number 8, ketamine. Mr. President Musk.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, clearly satire. I get the joke. That was funny. Okay, here we have Charlie Kirk posting, unbelievable, all the outrage and hysterics about Elon Musk and Doge accessing sensitive information while the IRS, all on its own, gets caught red-handed leaking taxpayer info of over 405,000 Americans, all without Elon's help. Will the MSN even feign curiosity? How he was quote tweeting the House Judiciary GOP on these new disclosures that reveal that the Biden IRS did in fact leak taxpayer information of over 405,000 American, including President Trump's taxes. Here we have the Small Business Administration, the new chair there, Kelly Loeffler, who says that she was there on Friday.
Return to work Well, Ainsley, I can tell you what it was like on Friday. It was like there were tumbleweeds blowing through the office. There were still tags left on desk chairs. And it was my first full day at the agency, and I was so excited to be able to meet people. And to not find anyone there was disappointing. To have 80% of the people back yesterday was amazing, to be able to shake hands. And what's happening is Americans are seeing that they have been paying for empty office buildings, for do-nothing bureaucrats. That ends now. We are going to get this federal government back to work thanks to President Trump's return to work order, and we can expect no less of this administration. We're going to work hard to do that every day.
Let's go. America's getting back to work. Here we have more from the press secretary earlier today.
Saying first of all, let's just take a step back and talk about this idea. The president sent out a truth last weekend to Elon Musk saying he loves everything Elon is doing and he wants him to be even more aggressive because Doge thus far has proven incredibly successful in making our government more efficient. And so Elon and Doge came up with this idea. Elon has implemented this at his private companies. It has proven successful. And it's a very simple idea when you think about it. All the Office of Personnel Management is asking, all this administration is asking, President Trump is asking, is for federal workers who live off of the American taxpayer's dime to send 5 bullet points of what they have done in the previous week. That is all we are asking for. And so the Office of Personnel and Management sent out additional guidance last night. Those responses should be directed to agency leadership, and the president defers to his cabinet secretaries, who he's obviously entrusted to pursue the guidance relative to their specific workforce. And for some of the agencies that you've seen who have said, please don't send these emails, it's in their best interest for that specific agency, and the president supports that. And let me be very clear, the president and Elon, as his entire cabinet, are working as one unified team. And they are implementing these very common sense solutions.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Here we have from Lee Zeldin on EPA waste.
Biden left off. Can you get the money back? I mean, if it was committed by the administration before Biden left office, it was committed to this group, can you get it back?
That's something that we're working through right now with the Justice Department. They're engaged with Citibank. Here's one of the problems is that deliberately, the way the Biden EPA drew this up, if I do a notice of exclusive control to the bank, it actually gives the NGOs more power, not less. They can respond by telling the bank, now I want you to send my $2 billion to this other external bank. So the financial agent agreements, the account control agreements, which, by the way, we're getting amended up to just days before Inauguration Day. It's something that we are working through because the Biden EPA put this in writing to make sure that not only are they tossing these gold bars off the Titanic, their words, not mine, but they're trying to make it very difficult to recover, but we're not going to rest.
Now, this is a...
Oh, and don't worry, we have more. Here is Elena Haba. This is what she reported today. If you can't name 5 things you did last week, there's no excuse for you.
I don't think. Can you clarify for federal workers who might be confused who to listen to, since Elon Musk's post is different from what OPM is sent out? I don't think it's. Look, here's the reality of the situation. There's one person we're supposed to be listening to, it's President Trump, and what the American people mandated, which is what we're doing. People need to be accountable. You need to be able to answer the question. If you couldn't answer it yesterday, you have till today. But the reality is, accountability is real. I can't not show up to work every day. I have to answer to the president. And by answering to the president, I answer to the American people. It's very simple. Would you want to pay somebody to do a job and they don't show up to work? I don't think so. I could name 5 things, 5 bullets, in about 5 minutes of me coming into the office every day. If you struggle to do that for a week, there's no excuse for that. Now, you can have an extra day to answer it, but you better be able to answer it.
What clarification can you offer workers though who are confused?
I'm not sure why you're confused or why it's so hard to answer what 5 things you've done in the past week.
And what do you say to departments that have told their employees who don't have to answer?
Well, I think that there's reasoning behind that. You have to understand some of these departments, obviously, we work with top secret information that perhaps you're not supposed to disclose. There's a lot of complications that I'm not going to get into, but there's no question that every single cabinet member, every single person that was put into this administration wants the American people
working, wants people back to work, wants to stop the Zoom calls, and wants to stop people from double dipping and having two jobs when taxpayer dollars are paying for you to come to work.
Is the White House investigating any of the Doge systems?
That's a question for Doge and DOJ.
Are White House staffers included in the ask by Elon Musk? Did you turn in 5 things to President Trump that you did?
I received an email. President Trump knows what I do every single day. So for me to answer that email is incredibly easy. Frankly, the American people see what I do every single day. So it's just such a non-issue. Think about the fact that we're having look at all of you standing here asking me why people are upset to answer to their boss, the American people, and the President of the United States, what you've done at work. What a ridiculous thing. I mean, it's as ridiculous as us having to say that boys can't play in women's sports. The fact that we are wasting American taxpayer dollars to even have to correct this is insane.
The order to fire people who don't answer.
Firing people has been happening. It happens in every job. Is it outrageous to you that we're firing people? I mean, PPO has fired tons of people. Each department has fired tons of people. If you're not on an American first agenda, you're not here.
But will they be fired if they don't? Just to be clear, will they be fired if they don't respond?
I think the president spoke on that. I'll refer to his statement. That you will be held accountable. You will lose your job if you are not working.
Well, the OPM said, I believe it was minutes after those statements, we're not operating, but a failure to respond is not operating.
Listen, it's like any job. We're going to ask you what you're doing. Each department is in charge. We have to look at what everybody's doing. You want to say that we're just going to go in and do something careless? No, we don't do things carelessly. But we are asking people to show us that you are working.
And what's going to happen to the message? Will a higher up evaluate the message and see whether this person is being effective and constructive that week, or is it just that we must respond to say that we exist?
I think every department will handle it in a coordinated effort, but the mandate is real. You have to show for it.
Will it take staff time to read them?
Of course it takes people's time to read them. We're not asking them so that we put them in a wastebasket. We're asking because we want to know. I don't ever. You know me better than that. I don't speak for the president ahead of him. The president will speak for himself. And lucky for everyone in America, President Trump is on the news every day answering questions whenever you guys want. I think that's something that we really have to say. Look, there's transparency like we've never seen, and that can cause confusion for people. I understand that. But just know that while we are being absolutely transparent, these are intricate things that we're dealing with, and there are teams of people coordinating, working together to make sure we make this country better. Thank you so much.
Right on, setting the record straight. We've got some breaking news. Before I get to that, though, here is a federal employee 24 hours ago going on CNN to cry that she had only 48 hours to reply to Elon's Doge email, so she had time to get herself booked on CNN and go on TV, but not reply to an email about her actual job.
First, just tell us about this email and what it was like receiving it and what you all have talked about after getting it.
Sure. I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination. This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate the federal workforce, which is part of his broader plan to gut the federal workforce and privatize public sector services to ensure that corporations like his own can get more profit. And that makes me really angry, and my coworkers as well.
First, yeah, cry harder, honey. We got this. This just in. Another $52 million has been saved. Doge has blocked a payment of $52 million to the World Economic Forum. That is just breaking. Doge blocked 18 minutes ago, $52 million payment from going to the World Economic Forum. Yes, choke out the head of the snake. Here we have more. Rhino, Lisa Murkowski, though, isn't happy about Doge doing their job. That doesn't surprise me.
Away. If I am your supervisor, I have every right to ask you to articulate what you have done this past week. Hopefully I know what it is that you do within your day job, but these people received letters from, or emails from the Office of Personnel Management,
Yeah, they're supervisors.
OPM, somebody 4,000 miles away that doesn't have the slightest idea what that individual's responsibility is on a daily basis. The intimidation, if you will, that deliver these 5 bullets by Monday at noon, or you lose your job. Again, if you want accountability, let's ask for accountability, but let's do that through the proper chain. I was pleased.
Yeah, but the chain starts at the top, honey. Get used to it.
When I saw the newly confirmed head of the FBI, Mr. Patel, Director Patel, saying, no, put a pause on that request. As the director, I will be the one that will ask you for your input, your reviews. That's the way it should be done.
No, but that's actually not how it is done, because this comes directly from the top of the executive branch as a directive from Donald J. Trump, who is the president of the United States. Okay? So recognize the chain of command here, Missy. Unreal. Okay, we've got some more to get to. Representative Steve Scalise on the Republican budget that appears to have just been passed.
I'm going through the budget. This is the House Republican budget that was passed unanimously by Republicans. Every Democrat voted no. Go through this entire bill. Do you know that for every Democrat talking point where they talk about the horrible things that this budget's going to do, they talk about Medicaid cuts. Everybody's going to be thrown, according to Democrats, into all these horrible situations. There's only one problem. The word Medicaid is not even in this bill. This bill doesn't even mention the word Medicaid a single time, and yet all Democrats are doing is lying about what's in the budget.
What else are they good for, right? Elon Musk, 1 hour ago, more of your tax dollars saved. Most of these items are mundane and may not seem like much individually, but there are millions of minor savings that add up to billions of dollars cumulatively. Ultimately, there will be $1 trillion+ of waste and fraud eliminated. And he was quote tweeting the Department of Government Efficiency official Twitter account, X account. The audit was repeated at the Department of Labor, and these are the initial results. Okay, let's see. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. 380 Microsoft 365 licenses with 0 users. 250 VS Code licenses, only using 33. 129 Photoshop licenses, only using 22. 5 cybersecurity licenses, each with 20,000 seats, with a DOL headcount at less than 15,000. Agencies often have more software licenses than employees, and the licenses are often idle, paid for but not installed on any computer. For example, the GSA, 13,000 employees. There are 37,000 WinZip licenses, 19,000 training software subscriptions, multiple parallel training software platforms, 7,500 project management software seats for a division of 5,500 employees, 3 different ticketing systems running in parallel. Fixes are actively in work. So think about that. All of those idle programs that are just sitting there wasting money, they found them. Like Microsoft licenses on computers that aren't even being used. I mean, it adds up. Here is Massey says no. He's no on the budget proposal. Jon Stewart making too much sense for a liberal. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, there's more news than we can even get to. Meanwhile, another scandal is erupting at the IRS, where over 4,500 Americans' sensitive taxpayer information was leaked, including President Trump's. This bombshell comes as Democrats hypocritically attack Musk for accessing the same systems that Biden gave 53 unpaid student volunteers access to last year. The double standard is staggering. As Congressman Byron Donalds noted, Democrats have no problem with waste, fraud, and abuse as long as their ideology is promoted. But those days are over. Whistleblowers report FBI personnel frantically purging servers ahead of Kash Patel's arrival, while Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary challenges Musk to cut an additional 20% from the federal budget. The message is clear. The administrative state's days are numbered. So here is the question. Is the 5-bullet-point accountability measure fair? Or should federal workers be held to an even higher standard, given that they work for the American taxpayer? They work for you. Drop a comment below. And grab your exclusive Next News gear in the Next News merch shop while you can. Shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Grab a hat, grab a shirt, and show the world where you stand with the real news. Wow. That Doge segment was packed to the gills. Holy cow, man. Wow. No super chats. Wow, you guys didn't think it was worth anything? I love you guys. We got 7 new members. Welcome, everybody. $43.98 in super chats so far. Who's going to be our next one? I'm just curious to see. Okay, we've got another great segment, says Drew. Thank you, Drew. Gary, if Trump offered you a position in Washington, would I take it? You know, I don't know, honestly. I mean, I've got the White House press credentials. I have access to the White House. I think that is pretty significant. I don't know what I would do if I was working. Excuse me. Working for the administration. I really enjoy, reporting and interacting with you guys every day. And when you work for the government, you certainly do have restrictions. I mean, when I ran a super PAC, there was so much bureaucracy I had to go through just to present a media message. And, having this platform that you guys support, it gives me the freedom to speak and present and to destroy the narratives and promote and celebrate the victories that Donald Trump is achieving every day. So I think that is a blessing right there. I don't know if I could even ask for any more. But here's a blessing that just came in from Diane. She just dropped $50. Wow. Diane, thank you so much. $50. She says, come on, everyone. And Craig also dropping $5. He says, I love my boss emails me what I did this week. This way I can show him how my team's progress is going and how we all feel successful at our goal. That is awesome, Craig. That is great. Let's continue to look into the main chat room, see what you guys are saying. Diane, woohoo! Givers are awesome people. Miss Tree. Gary, who and how did you do the DeLorean set? Well, I own a DeLorean time machine. It is an exact replica of the movie car, and that's how I did it. It's actually in my garage right now. And we've actually done a couple podcasts in that car. You can look on the main channel. You can see some of the podcasts we did in that vehicle. I think you really enjoy them. We rigged the car up with cameras, and we talked to influencers about their life, like what's really important to them. It's called Back to the Podcast. I would love to do more of them. They're very, very technical to set up. Maybe we'll get some done this summer. That would be really fun. But it's, the whole premise behind it is that, we pick up the person of influence, and they're like, oh yeah, I got Doc's letter, right? And Doc said to meet you here and this kind of thing. So I pick up the person, and then we punch in the time circuits, and we talk about moments in their life that were significant, turning points, or we jump to a moment in the future that they're anticipating a life change. It's really to get to know people on an individual level. And I've got a big list of people that I would love to have in that car. But again, it's very, very complicated, especially with my production schedule. And now with the White House access, we've got a lot to juggle here. And I'm just one guy, so that's how it is. Okay, I think did I see some other super chats come through here? Okay, Mongoose, yes, show some respect for Gary. What's up? Thank you, Mongoose. $20 there. Tom B420, N3 Army Unite, dropping $5. Very thankful for that. Nancy Lake, $10. Dems on a warpath. I received 20 text messages to donate to the Democrat cause. I deleted them, of course. Wonderful. Parmas Dax gifting 1 membership. And Nancy Pelosi's liver received it. How funny is that? Angie Warren dropping $9.99. Their blatant waste shows huge lack of respect for humanity. We are much better stewards for funds. Hello, Gary and Angie. Blessings to you and chat friends. Thank you for that, Angie Warren. Checking in a little bit more in the chat. Hey, go, Angie, go. Angie, woohoo. Is Angie, which Angie are we talking about here? Oh, Angie Warren. Okay, not my Angie. Different Angie, but thank you. We need you here. Yes, Save My Republic. We need you here. Any more DeLorean talk? Gary's an 80s nerd. I love it. Oh, yes, I do. I do love the 80s. That's awesome, Gary. I love Back to the Future. Yeah, see, I mean, that's why I have this car sitting on my, sitting on my desk here, I love this thing. This is my DeLorean time machine. But I have the full-size one that I can drive in my garage. And I'll pick up the kids from school in it. I'll go to the drive-thru in it, like pick up Panera Bread or something, and the look on these people's faces is priceless. Actually, if you want to see some of my my DeLorean videos, I do have a TikTok. Yes, I know, I have a TikTok. I have a TikTok. Look up Clock Shifter. Clock Shifter on TikTok. You'll see all the crazy stuff I do. The people I've met at different Comic-Con events. What else? I mean, getting pulled over. Like, Tom, the guy who always texts me, the guy who's got the White House credentials with me. We got pulled over in the DeLorean at 3 o'clock in the morning. That video's on there. Like, just crazy stuff that we do with that car. So much fun. But I also have a Clock Shifter YouTube channel. I don't post to it that often because I just don't have enough time. I wish I could do more, but we're on fire here at Next News. But you could check out the Clock Shifter YouTube channel and the TikTok, and you'll find all kinds of fun stuff there. So I think you guys will enjoy it. That's my alter ego. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll show you something. Yes, I have the skateboard. Not only do I have the skateboard, but I also have Doc Brown's truck. Yes, I have the truck that carries the DeLorean, and it's all connected to Doc Brown's remote control, so we can reveal the car, we can smoke out the back, play the music, do an entire cinematic reveal of the vehicle. And we rent it out for weddings. We rent it out for corporate events. We do photo shoots in it, music videos, like all kinds of things. And it's actually, if you want to see some really cool stuff, the car is managed by a company called DeLoreanRental.com. And congratulations to them. In fact, he was just here today, and he was just shooting his 100,000 YouTube subscriber video in the car. So go to DeLorean Rental on YouTube, and you can see all the stuff. You'll probably see some videos of me, different things that I've shot with him too. Anyway, so yeah, just some other stuff that I do when I'm not, trying to save the Republic. You got to have something else, right? Because this does get to you sometimes. Anyway, thanks for asking. I appreciate that, because I don't really talk about that stuff very much. And, cool. Yes, I'm an awesome nerd. 88 miles per hour. Yeah, where we're going, we don't need roads. All right. Let's get into this. Okay, this is big news. The mainstream media's stranglehold on presidential access has officially been broken, and the meltdown is glorious to behold. Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt has just announced a historic shift in White House media policy that has the entire legacy media establishment in absolute panic mode. For decades, the White House Correspondents Association has functioned as a gatekeeper, deciding which journalists get access to the president. It's been an exclusive club dominated by left-wing outlets pushing the same tired narratives, but that system is now being dismantled. A federal judge has denied the Associated Press emergency motion for a temporary restraining order against Trump's new press policies, and as Leavitt explained, we want to ensure that everyone has a seat at that highly coveted table. The days of CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times monopolizing presidential access are over, and frankly, with me on the case, they should be shaking in their overpriced loafers. And while the media elite are melting down over losing their privileged access, many Americans face a more serious crisis, skyrocketing heating costs. Just as Trump's administration is removing media gatekeepers, this incredible mini heater eliminates the middleman of expensive central heating. Americans will spend an average of $941 on heating this winter, more than their own holiday gifts. This portable heater delivers instant warmth to any room without preheating, just as Trump is delivering immediate media reforms. With adjustable heat levels, built-in safety features, and whisper-quiet operation, it's perfect for freedom-loving Americans tired of being controlled by systems that don't serve them. Visit StayWarmNow.com for up to 60% off with free shipping. You'll find it linked below. All right, folks, as you guys know, we now have official press credentials at the White House. We are getting constant updates right at the front of the line of everything that comes out of the White House. We are on the communications list. If you're following us on X, you will see the posts as they come out. Like quite literally, as soon as a press release comes out, we post the information to our X account before we even publish anything on YouTube. So you got to make sure you're following us there. You will be ahead of the curve of anybody. Now, this is what just happened in the press room today, and it was groundbreaking. A huge news break, shakeup. Trump administration blows up the White House press corps. Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt announced a historic shift in White House media access, shattering the White House Correspondents Association grip on who gets access to question the president. Listen to this historic moment.
I am, as you all know, for decades, a group of D.C.-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore. I am proud to announce that we are going to give the power back to the people who read your papers, who watch your television shows, and who listen to your radio stations. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team. Legacy outlets who have participated in the press pool for decades will still be allowed to join, fear not, but we will also be offering the privilege to well-deserving outlets who have never been allowed to share in this awesome responsibility. Just like we added a new media seat in this briefing room, legacy media outlets who have been here for years will still participate in the pool, but new voices are going to be welcomed in as well. As part of these changes, we will continue the rotation amongst the 5 major television networks to ensure the president's remarks are heard far and wide around this world. We will add additional streaming services which reach different audiences than traditional cable and broadcast. This is the ever-changing landscape of the media in the United States today. We will continue to rotate a print pooler who has the great responsibility of quickly transcribing the president's remarks and disseminating them to the rest of the world. And we will add outlets to the print pool rotation who have long been denied the privilege to partake in this experience, but are committed to covering this White House beat. We will continue to rotate a radio pooler and add other radio hosts who have been denied access, especially local radio hosts who serve as the heartbeat of our country. And we will add additional outlets and reporters who are well suited to cover the news of the day and ask substantive questions of the President of the United States, depending on the news he is making on that given day.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Okay, now, check this out. Okay, this is it. For decades, the White House Correspondents Association controlled access to the president, blocking independent America First voices from the room. Now, President Trump giving power back to the people. Legacy media will no longer have a monopoly. That's a photograph I took when I was there in the press room. Under this bold new system, legacy outlets will still participate, but for the first time ever, independent media, local radio, streaming platforms will have access, and we are proud to announce that the Next News Network is officially credentialed White House news outlet. Here's another photograph I took in that press room. Man, it was packed and it was hot that day in that room. The mainstream media meltdown is already happening. They know what this means. No more protected narratives, no more scripted questions, no more censorship. The WHCA's reign is over. President Trump is restoring real transparency to the White House. Here's myself. And this is when the Prime Minister of India was about to arrive. This is just outside the White House. And now the press pool will include independent voices, local radio hosts, and outlets long ignored by the WHCA. For years, legacy media dictated the narrative, shutting out alternative perspectives. That ends today. The People's Press is now in the room. Here's me in the back of the press room. Angie took that picture. And it was quite I was actually talking to our producer, Todd, about the day's production and what we were getting done there. And here's some more photos from inside the White House. Here's me and the press secretary right there. Here is me and Tom McCullough. He is our Next News correspondent as well. And here is Angie and I, also a correspondent. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And the media landscape is changing. And so is the White House press pool. The Correspondents Association no longer in control. The American people are. This is the most transparent administration in history. There is me and Tom right after Tom got his hard pass. So follow the Next News Network for up-to-the-minute breaking White House news. We're inside the White House bringing you the truth the mainstream media won't. The Trump era of press freedom has begun. And there I am. That is when I first arrived at the White House for my hard pass, and a glorious day that was. Zach Voorhees says, this is actually earth-shattering, like when the Berlin Wall fell down, but in America. Bob Paulson, this is awesome. This is a great move, Next News. But how is the MSM going to control the narrative if she's going to allow alternative media to present their points of view? Did anyone ask her why the FBI has been deleting the documents? Well, that's still being questioned. So we have more to get to on this front. Here is when President Trump roasted a fake news reporter in the Oval Office earlier today.
Corrupt. Mr. President, what do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting.
President Trump correcting the narrative in real time. And here's Caroline Leavitt. Okay. Now, Peter Baker put this out on X after this announcement was made today. Having served as a Moscow correspondent in the early days of Putin's reign, this reminds me of how the Kremlin took over its own press pool and made sure only compliant journalists were given access. Well, Caroline Leavitt said, give me a break. Moments after you tweeted this, the president invited journalists into the Oval Office to questions for nearly an hour. Your hysterical reaction to our long overdue and much needed change to an outdated organization is precisely why we made it. Gone are the days where left-wing stenographers posing as journalists such as yourself dictate who gets to ask what. Boom, mic drop right there. Okay, Sean Spicer had this reaction. He called it amazing news. The press secretary announcing the press office taking back charge, who was in part of the White House press pool. As you know, Sean Spicer was once the press secretary under the previous Trump administration. He said, if you are a member of the WHCA, you might want to direct blame towards your current president, Politico Eugene Daniels, who probably invited a Trump-hating comedian to their annual leftist elitist dinner. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, here we have this. President Trump talking about the AP, roasting the AP.
We're going to be now calling those shots. As you know, we won that lawsuit right there. See, the Gulf of America, which is a beautiful name. Most people agree. I don't know. It's, AP has been terrible. I think they're radical left. I think they're third-rate reporters. I know the specific young lady that works on the account is terrible. She's a a radical left lunatic as far as I'm concerned. They don't treat us fairly. That's number one. And number two, they had no right to do that. This is the Gulf of America. We're going to be now calling those shots.
President Trump making sure that the truth is presented in that White House now. Jackie Heinrich, she is the senior White House correspondent, podcast host, and anchor at Fox News, WHCA board, Capitol Hill 2020 campaign trail alum, three-time Emmy award-winning reporter. Here she is, Jackie Heinrich. You've probably seen her on Fox. She had this to say. She said this, and she was obviously posting. She was reacting to Caroline Leavitt, who said a group of D.C.-based journalists, the White House correspondents, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions. Well, those days are over. She said this move does not give the power back to the people. It gives power to the White House. The White House Correspondents Association is democratically elected by the full-time White House press corps, blah, 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 blah. Well, I did respond to her, and I simply said, see you in the pool. Yeah, we'll see you there, Caroline. And Jackie Heinrich. Here is, excuse me. This is Caroline Leavitt talking with Megyn Kelly about the Democrat press.
Can we talk about it, the Associated Press?
Sure, I'd love to.
Is it censorship to tell them they can't go into the Oval or on Air Force One?
Their argument that this administration is not standing up for the First Amendment is preposterous. You have a president of the United States who, within hours of taking the oath of office, welcomed journalists into the most intimate corner of the American presidency, the Oval Office, to ask him questions for more than an hour on every topic under the sun. He has done that on a near daily basis, and when he's not doing that, because he's too busy with meetings, even though he'd love to do it every day, I, as his press secretary, am out there. We have administration officials going to the cameras every single day. They are hearing from this White House and this admin. Their transparency is off the charts. And the Associated Press still has their White House credentials. They still have a seat in the press briefing room. They are still welcome to cover this administration. But nobody has a right to enter the Oval Office. It is a privilege to cover the United States. And I said it in my first briefing. We are going to hold people accountable that push lies. And the president believes deeply that American news outlets should be reporting the truth about the Gulf of America. And that's not all with the Associated Press's style book.
Oh, no.
I mean,
don't get me started.
They don't even want to call women mothers. They want to call us birthing people. You know, they removed Hamas from their style book for some very odd reason. I have a whole list. It's actually in my purse. I carry it around with me as a souvenir everywhere of all of the crazy things in the AP style book. So, look, they are welcome to cover this White House, and there are hundreds of outlets on that campus who show up every day in good faith to cover this administration with accuracy and truthfulness that don't have the privilege of being in the Oval Office every single day because they're not the AP. Well, guess what? We're going to start giving those media outlets a seat at the table. They deserve to be in front of the Resolute desk asking the President of the United States questions. What gives the AP greater privilege than...
No, nothing should.
Nothing.
If they would behave the way they behaved 50 years ago, maybe they would still have their seat. But if you look at what's happened to them over the past 10 years, it's been complete leftist, radical capture. Can we talk?
So I guess it's only a matter of time before I am asking a question in front of that Resolute desk. I look forward to that moment. Here we have the winning continues at the White House rapid response 24 hours ago, talking about that federal judge.
And the winning continues here at the White House every day. Today, a federal judge right here in Washington, D.C., denied the Associated Press's emergency request for a temporary restraining order to restore their privilege of returning to the White House press pool. And the judge's denial of the Associated Press's request reinforces what I said from the podium last week and what President Trump has been saying. Covering the American press presidency in the most intimate and limited spaces in this White House, in the Oval Office, on the Air Force One, is a privilege. It is not a legal right. And we want all voices to have that opportunity. And that's why we've expanded the James S. Brady briefing room to invite truly legitimate, independent journalists, podcasters, and other media types into that room to cover this president with honesty and accuracy and with real mindfulness of what the American people actually care about. And the winning can.
And we have a reaction right now that just came in from the White House Correspondents Association. Jordan Schachel says the White House Correspondents Association is an ideological cartel that excluded outlets based on conformity to their narratives. They can cry free press all they want. It's simply not true. The White House is creating the conditions for a more free press. So here it is, Eugene Daniels posting the official announcement. Let's see, this move tears. This is what they say. This move tears at the independence of a free press in the United States. It suggests the government will choose the journalists who cover the president. In a free country, leaders must not be able to choose their own press corps. For generations, the working journalists elected to lead the White House Correspondents Association board have consistently expanded the WHCA membership and its pool rotations to facilitate the inclusion of new and emerging outlets. Okay, well then, why have I not received a response to my application that I paid $90 for? Yeah, I'm still waiting. It's been days. Yeah. Since its founding in 1914, the WHCA has sought to ensure that reporters, photographers, producers, and technicians who actually do the work 365 days of every year decide amongst themselves how these rotations are operated so as to ensure consistent professional standards and fairness and access on behalf of all readers, viewers, and listeners. To be clear, the White House did not give the WHCA board a heads up or have any discussion about today's announcements, but the WHCA will never stop advocating for comprehensive access, full transparency, and the right of the American public to read, listen, and watch reports from the White House delivered without fear or favor. Eugene Daniels, White House Correspondents Association president. Yeah, when I was in that press room and I took this photograph, okay, I'm going to tell you what happened. When I was in that room, because it's where's the picture? Here's the picture. I just had it up here. Well, anyway, what happened? I was taking the picture. Here it is. Okay, so see this alongside that wall right there. This was the first time I was there. You see those there's like two banks of like technical computer stuff and broadcasting equipment, and then just in front of that is like a bench, and that is where all of the photographers park. Now I was standing just to the right of that. It was a packed room, and you could see where I was standing. I was up against the wall, and I had my camera, my phone, on a gimbal. And it was up on the gimbal has an extender on a stick, and then it was also on a tripod. And somebody from the pool, camera operators, came up to me rather aggressively, and he said, "I just got a text from the WHCA. You can't have this tripod here." And it was just like seconds before Caroline Leavitt came out those doors. And it was a clear attempt to get me flustered, make me lose my shot. And I mean, when you're in a very cramped space and you've got to deal with technical equipment, you're wearing an overcoat, it's freezing outside, there's no place to really put your stuff. It can get very, very stressful. So I quickly broke down my tripod. I folded it up, put it back in my case, disconnected the gimbal, extended it up, and held it back to where it was positioned when the tripod was there. And I looked over at the guy, and I go, and just looked, and he looked at me, and he checked. He was checking to see, because he saw that my camera and my gimbal were still elevated in a position that I was still able to get the shots over everybody's heads. Clearly, he didn't want me there. He was intimidating me, using the White House Correspondents Association as his cudgel. But I held my frickin' camera, I got the shot, and I won the frickin' day. Okay? And then later on that day, the same guy, what did he do? I followed Caitlin Collins into the East Room following the press photographers, got right to the front of the East Room, and I got the shots with President Trump and Tiger Woods, and that same photographer standing on a ladder. See, they set up an entire wall of people in front of you. These photographers stand on ladders, and all these other reporters. Tom McCullough was next to me. I had Epoch Times. I had Lindell TV. Kara was there. Travis from Epoch Times. They were standing right next to me. They couldn't do anything. Like, they were completely neutered. They had no opportunity to ask questions or even see what the president was doing. All they could do was hear. But what did we do? Because we're smart, we're nimble, we're faster than they are, we have better technology, and we're smarter. Okay? What did we do? Tom pulled out his stick, attached his DJI Pocket 3 camera on the stick, and stuck it up in the sky over the frickin' reporters who had created a wall in front of us trying to block us from getting the shot. We got the shot. And as other reporters are snickering because we got this tiny little camera and we're the new kids on the block, we're the new faces there, and we got premium placement right there at the front of the room. Even though we were blocked behind these reporters, we got the shot. They laughed at us until they saw what we did. We got the shot. We won. We posted the video on our channel. You can watch it. So they can try all they want to push us around and intimidate us. But today, Caroline Leavitt just completely neutered the White House Correspondents Association. So the next time these guys want to come up to me and tell me the White House Correspondents Association said this, well, guess what? Who are they? Who are they? Oh, yes, my friends. This is a new era, and I'm here for it. And you guys are along for the ride. We have more. Let's continue. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay. Let's take a look. Press Secretary on the press pool reforms.
Brought against your ruling by Judge McFadden yesterday, who dismissed the lawsuit that AP brought against yourself and your team members here, President Trump. In there, he said, why not just do away with the entire White House Correspondents Association along with it, because essentially they have no authority. They just usurped it. What is your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, John, it's great to see you. And you are one of those individuals who has you're on a streaming platform that hundreds of thousands of people tune into every day. So it's great to see you in the briefing room. I did address that actually in my opening remarks by announcing that the White House press team in this administration will determine who gets to enjoy the very privileged and limited access in spaces such as Air Force One and the Oval Office. There are, as you know, look at this room, hundreds of journalists who show up to this building every single day and are not granted that luxury of flying on Air Force One and asking the President of the United States questions. And so we want to ensure, again, everyone has a seat at that highly coveted table. But alas, the legacy media outlets who have been doing this for quite some time and have invested resources into covering the White House, their spots will remain, just like they have in this briefing room as well.
Yeah, maybe I'll go on Air Force One next, too. How about that? Would you guys like to see that? Looks like Whoopi's on a tear. Brandon Tatum writing, Caroline Leavitt pisses Whoopi off on The View because she won't tolerate wokeness.
Homework. I would like this young lady this is her first job, I would like her to do a little homework. Because she said something yesterday that really pissed me off. And that was, she said, there will be no wokeness here.
Oh, yeah.
Let me explain something to you. Because without that wokeness, you might not have that job.
Yeah.
Because women were not invited to that table. Women were not invited to many tables in this nation. The reason we fought and busted our behinds to make sure that you didn't have to worry about this. And now to hear you talk about it and to hear anybody talk about the wokeness was put in place for a reason. Because black people couldn't get into colleges. Because women could not get into the colleges they wanted to go to. This is all women. Yeah. See, this is not black, Asian women. This is all women. Women were not invited to this party. It was a man's world, and we busted our asses to make sure that this was a person's world. So please stop using that phrase and talking about because you don't.
Okay, Whoopi. Enough of that. Oh, man. Here we have, as you know, Joy Reid is out, right? Yeah, she's out. We got some reaction on that. Let's go to Peter Navarro. Bats down the fake news lie.
In the media, this nonsense from the Financial Times is a product of a culture in the media where they report stories and never name their sources. And my view is that we should never have to comment on any story where it's based on unnamed sources. Have you ever noticed that? Okay, that was just crazy stuff. We would never, ever jeopardize our national security, ever, with allies like Canada, ever. So please stop doing that. And I have proposed, and I hope somebody's hearing me, that we just don't pay any attention to any questions that are based on anonymous sources.
Yep, the fake news is dying. Joyless Ann Reed, how did she ever make it this long? Oh my goodness, do we? Okay.
You fixate the race lady. Why would they call me that? Is this really about me fixating on race, or is it about you fixating on race?
But Donald Trump wants to never let black and brown folk up off the mat.
Evident what they mean by DEI, right?
Why don't you just say what you mean? You can't stand black people. We get it. You've been heard.
Are you committed to naming a black woman as your vice presidential running mate?
They wanted to go after the brown people, too, because, of course, that is their other target.
You feel joy? That's about all I can take from Joy Reid. A judge siding with Donald Trump blocking the AP from the Oval Office briefings. Here we have Megyn Kelly talking about why Joy Reid is out.
But it was off. We just pulled the ratings from Thursday night. On Thursday night, this is in the 25 to 54 demo. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Like, truly, when I was at Fox, a bad night in the demo would be in the threes, 300 and change. But it was often 600,000, 700,000 and change. In the demo, those are now the overall numbers, the total audience numbers on a great number for most of cable news. Here's her demo number from Thursday night. 59,000. She was 4,000 away from Slashies, which is 9,000, which is 50,000. She was 59,000. That's what she got in the overall demo. She lost to her competitor on CNN, who had 104,000. Lost to Laura Ingraham, who had 389,000. Lost the whole ratings race inside MSNBC, where their great white hope, Jen Psaki, who's taking over now at 9. This is all part of a reshuffling. She got 65,000 in the key demo.
I get more views than that on YouTube. And that is why we are at the table now. And that's why we are in a new media landscape. Rachel Maddow ripping MSNBC for firing Joy Reid, having a total meltdown.
You may have already... I'm going to take a little point of personal privilege here just for a moment, if it is okay with you. You may have already heard about changes that have been announced at MSNBC over the last couple of days. The new president of our network made it official today. Some of our shows are moving to different time slots or expanding or going away altogether. In prime time, just so you know, I am here 5 days a week for the first 100 days of Trump's presidency, as planned. And as planned, I will go back to just Mondays after that. That is not changing. What is changing is that the show, Alex Wagner Tonight, is not coming back at 9 after the first 100 days. Instead, Alex will be a senior political analyst for MSNBC, and Jen Psaki will start hosting the 9 p.m. hour all the other nights.
Okay, whatever. No one watches you guys anyway. Elon Musk is going to buy you, and then the party's going to be even bigger, right? So not surprisingly, the legacy media is throwing a collective tantrum over all these changes. Don Lemon recently told Megyn Kelly to go F herself in a public meltdown that perfectly illustrates the impotence of the old guard. They're watching their power evaporate in real time, and they can't handle it. And the changes come as MSNBC's Joy Reid has been fired, with her show canceled due to abysmal ratings. Even Democrat pollster Frank Luntz admitted on CNN that Democrats are wrong by talking about resistance against Trump because the public doesn't want resistance. By opening press access to a more diverse range of outlets such as Next News Network, President Trump is ensuring Americans get a more complete picture of what's happening in Washington. This is about breaking the information monopoly that has distorted American politics for generations. The question remains, do mainstream media outlets deserve preferential access that they've enjoyed for decades, or is it time for fresh voices in the White House press corps? If you're not following us on X, if you're not subscribed to our channel, you need to do so right now. Make sure you don't miss any of our White House coverage. And grab your exclusive gear, your Next News gear, in our merch shop. It's linked down below, shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Grab a hat, grab a shirt, grab that MAGA Avengers hat up there, get the gear, and show the world you stand with the real media. Wow. What's up, man? How cool is that? Okay, where are we at? Holy, whoa, $205 in super chats. What happened? Wow. Wow. JD from JSC. Have you heard why Bondi's not releasing the list? I have not heard that. I've heard rumblings about it, but I haven't dug any deeper in it yet. It was supposed to be released by Friday. So we're going to wait and see what happens there. Don't tread on me. Glad to be AP of the N3 family. Keep up the great work. Thank you for your $19.99. Craig, $2. Talk about the Ferrari t-shirt that you were wearing. Oh, you want to know about the Ferrari t-shirt? Well, you guys want to know about the Ferrari? Yeah, we at one point this channel was very successful, and I invested in a very nice red Ferrari convertible. These are things I don't really share, but and it was actually my second Ferrari. Purchased my first one right after the 2016 election. Sold that, traded up to get another one. After, I don't remember, 2020 or something, or 2019. But I'm going to tell you that if it wasn't for purchasing that car, this channel wouldn't be here, because I sold that car, which was a badge of success that I mean, it was my dream car to have that thing. But to be quite honest with you, those cars are terrifying. The maintenance on those cars are insane. I don't even want to get into how much it costs to maintain a Ferrari. However, if I didn't have that car and I didn't sell that car, we would not be here today. So people might be critical. Oh, you bought a Ferrari. Well, yeah. Well, guess what? The Ferrari held its value. And it came in at a time that was absolutely needed so that I could continue producing the news for you. So the Ferrari shirt or the hoodie that I was wearing, bought that years ago. I love it. It's my it's what I always wear when I'm flying. I don't know why. I love to wear it. It's got perfect pockets. It's an amazing tracksuit. Great for flying. But hey, sold the car, kept the channel going, kept my family fed, kept the news going, and the same thing with the DeLorean. With the car. When I bought that DeLorean time machine back in 2020 during the pandemic. My wife and I were like, "Hey, let's do something different. The world's really crazy right now. Let's do something to bring a smile to people's faces." And we bought that car, not knowing really where it would lead us. But God had a plan. And that's when I met Jason at DeLoreanRental.com, who happens to live 45 minutes from me, and he brokers DeLorean time machines all over the world. And meeting Jason, I was able to broker my DeLorean time machine to corporate events, weddings, birthday parties, you know, all kinds of things. Comic-Cons and C2E2s and fan expos. And I was able to make money with my DeLorean time machine to keep this channel going. And there were months where we did not know how we were going to survive. And we would do fundraisers, and you guys would come through. We would have just suddenly we would have a burst of all these rentals of the DeLorean. And it would bring in the exact dollar amount that we needed to survive that month. So God has placed us here. He's guided our steps and my decisions, and used my decisions to benefit you, to benefit this country, so we can continue to produce the content to support our president and to restore this republic. It's a story I've never told before, and you're hearing it right now. So, thought I'd share that with you. Yeah. Don't tread on me. Just became a member. So there you go, Craig. That's probably the best $2 you ever spent on this channel, right? Don't Tread on Me has become a member and dropped $19.99. Never quit, Gary. You deserve it. We have you back, brother. Thank you. Craig, thanks for sharing. I love cars. You are the best. Thank you. Love you, man. Wow. I've never shared that story, but that's the truth. That's how we made it through, guys. Couple of cars, your support, and God's grace is how we made it through. So, all right. We got more news to get to, folks. Let's get at it, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, the deep state's in absolute panic mode tonight following President Trump's appointment of Dan Bongino as the deputy director of the FBI. This could be the most consequential personnel decision of Trump's presidency, and the establishment knows it. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt didn't mince words about the historic appointment. She said, "This man who loves his country and who has honorably served our country." We often see that when outsiders are appointed to such coveted positions, a lot of people in the city get very, very nervous, and they should be. And those nervous people include Senator Richard Blumenthal, who's not a fan of the appointment, and Representative Eric Swalwell, who's been caught in a bombshell expose by Nick Sortor. So wait until you hear what this congressman allegedly said by using his Intel Committee position to subpoena Ivanka Trump because she's hot, and his drunken admissions about the Chinese spy Fang Fang. And according to credible sources, FBI personnel have been caught destroying server evidence ahead of the transition, a desperate attempt to cover their tracks before patriots like Bongino and Kash Patel take control. As Dan Bongino prepares to clean house at the FBI, there's another powerful institution exploiting Americans daily: the energy companies. Just as corrupt FBI officials have operated in shadows for decades, power companies silently drain your bank account with skyrocketing rates. While Bongino hunts for deep state operatives destroying evidence, this revolutionary device hunts down waste electricity in your home. FBI insiders are reportedly planning to defy the new leadership. Similarly, power companies defy consumers by raising rates up to 60% in just 2 years. So this sophisticated gadget works like Bongino will at the FBI, stabilizing electrical currents, reducing waste, and protecting what matters. Visit don'twastepower.com for an incredible 65% discount with fast shipping. It's linked down below. Okay, this is huge bombshell news. Nick Sortor, who I met at CPAC, great guy, been following him for a long time on X, always breaking news, confronting the powerful in Washington, D.C. He had this exclusive. Eric Swalwell panics when I ask about his Chinese spy girlfriend Fang Fang and whether that's a bigger national security threat than Elon Musk. Now, check this out. He says, I sat next to a drunk Swalwell at dinner for 90 minutes. He was immediately compromised by a group of lobbyists he had just met, spilling intimate details about his job and asking for help cheating on his wife. Massive national security threat. This guy should have his clearances revoked, he says. Swalwell spent his dinner bragging about orgies on Capitol Hill, telling him he's bored of his wife and only wants to F-10s. Worse, he spoke about abusing his power on the House Intel Committee, which he's since been booted off, saying he pushed to subpoena Ivanka Trump because she's hot as F. This guy must be removed from Homeland Security Committee. He cannot keep his freaking mouth shut. After I began questioning him, Swalwell jumped back into the group of lobbyists to hide from me, but I pressed on. Dude looked absolutely terrified and 100% guilty. He knows he's been caught. More to come later. He says, I have an hour and a half of audio to go through. Big shout out to Laura Loomer for assisting me with digging into this clown while I was focusing on listening in. Now, here's some of the footage that he caught. At the 29-second mark, Swalwell looks absolutely terrified. Right there. Watch. Okay, right there. That's the moment. That's the moment that Nick says the word lobbyists. Watch this moment.
People that are 10. So, Congressman, you referred to Elon Musk as a fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security threat. Do you see that more of a national security threat, you sleeping with a Chinese spy, than transparency in the federal government? What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that? What's Fang Fang think of that?
What are you doing? This is ridiculous. This is the Golden State Warriors.
Go down. I mean, what's fascistic about exposing government corruption? I mean, I know you're just at dinner now with a bunch of lobbyists. You know, they're buying you a bunch of booze, and you know that's awfully nice. I know you were talking about, maybe finding somebody else because you only like to fuck people that are 10s. I just heard that one too. So what do you think about that? Do you want to comment on any of it? Elon Musk is a national security threat, but you sleeping with a Chinese spy is not. Is that correct? You don't want to comment on that at all? Looks like guilty as charged.
Guilty as charged. You know what? My hat's off to Nick for getting this footage. And Swalwell looks absolutely inebriated in this video. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, I contacted Nick as soon as this dropped, and I said, Nick, you got to come on the show, break it down, talk to us about what you're about to drop. He's like, I can't. I'm going on Tim Pool's show tonight. I'm like, damn it. Oh, man. He said it was planned in advance. He couldn't get on my show. So I'm sure he was on Tim's show talking about it tonight. So go check out Tim's show and check out Nick talking about this. Absolute bombshell, but we're going to keep tracking this and bring you more. But my hat's off. I can't wait to see what else comes out of this. But this is only the beginning. This also it's happening. Leakers are being found out and fired. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino at the FBI are now going after James Comey's effort in 2016 to secretly investigate the Trump campaign. Tulsi Gabbard is rooting out the deep state leftists from the National Security Agency. The Purge is here. And here we have the beloved press secretary talking about Dan Bongino's appointment.
At the FBI. I'm not sure if anybody in this room has listened to Mr. Bongino when he talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a man who loves his country and who has honorably served our country in ways that many people have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people reelected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country, and that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp, and we often see that when outsiders are appointed to such coveted positions, a lot of people in this city get very, very nervous, and they should be, because Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Attorney General Bondi are focused on rooting out the corruption at these agencies and ending the weaponization of government. I'm not sure
and
if
it's happening right now. We have more to get to. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene on releasing the files of that guy that didn't do something to himself and had that island somewhere, and also the Congressional Slush Fund. Let's listen into what Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say.
See all the lists. I support all the lists being released. I want to see Epstein's list. I want to see the list of the sexual misconduct slush fund. You know, members of Congress and senators that taxpayer money was used to pay out their victims. I want to see all the lists.
Including the Gates report.
If they're going to release one, release them all. Okay.
Thank you.
Release them all. Release the Kraken. Here is Dustin Mills posting that Senator Blumenthal is not a fan of Bongino.
It would have been And Senator, what do you make of Dan Bongino potentially to be the deputy FBI director?
It would have been inconceivable that a person with his background would be head of the premier law enforcement investigative agency in the world. He's a podcast ideologue without any qualification to head this investigative agency with profound and far-reaching power over people's lives to enforce the law and also to potentially misuse the law.
And Senator, what do you make
Misuse
of
the law.
Dan
Sure,
Bongino?
okay. We've got more. Let's keep going. Senator Chuck Schumer, 7 hours ago. Remember when he said this? Yeah, and wokeness reposting this classic moment from Chuck Schumer.
Intelligence community would
take on the intelligence community. They have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were motivated?
I don't know, but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them and talked about them. And we need the intelligence community. We don't know what's going on. Look at the Russian hacking. Without the intelligence community, we wouldn't have discovered it.
Do you think he has an agenda to try to dismantle parts of the intelligence community? I mean, this form of taunting hostility.
Whether you're a super liberal Democrat or a very conservative Republican, you should be against dismantling the intelligence community.
And that's exactly what is about to happen with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino. Like, this is how it's all going to go down. See, Schumer realized that, the power of the intelligence community. And he was reflecting on how Donald Trump was attacking them because they were leaking information and they were attacking Donald Trump. Well, now Donald Trump has the upper hand. He's put his people in place, and it's game over. Green Lives Matter. As deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino is now in a position to answer his own crucial questions. Was Thomas Crooks working with any FBI agents? Were the encrypted communications the FBI cannot get into? Where are they, and who was he speaking to? Was Thomas Crooks working with an FBI asset or informant? What if we find out members of our own FBI were attempting to assassinate Trump? Is it really far-fetched considering the heads of the FBI spent years framing Trump for treason? We the people need the truth.
Congress people, you need to... Folks, this Crooks thing stinks to the heavens, man. This has the stench of sulfur all over it. You can't find this guy's communications anywhere. He's managed to find the Catwoman freaking program to wipe himself off the internet. Bullshit. The question you should ask, and Congress people, you need to ask under oath, was Matthew Crooks working with any FBI agent, off duty, on duty, between duty, near duty, retired, not born yet? You get the point? Also, Was Thomas Crooks working with FBI asset? Confidential informant. A non-confidential informant. An informant who's confidential now but wasn't before. An informant who wants to be an informant but hasn't been approved yet. Do you see the games they play?
Yeah, whatever happened to Thomas Crooks? Maybe we'll finally get some answers on that front. Dan Bongino certainly wants answers. Here is Tim Cass News. Speaking of Tim Pool, he doesn't care about the money. He cares about everything he's ever talked about, and that's what made his show so big. Major respect to Dan Bongino for standing by his values instead of chasing the money.
Like, I walk away from everything I tweeted, people need to understand the sacrifice he's making to do this. Because I don't know that I could, I worked so hard to build this company. If Trump said, we want you to do a civil servant job, we're going to pay you a, six-figure salary, I'd be like, I don't know, man. Like, I walk away from everything I built and all my plans and all my dreams. I mean, I don't think Dan Bongino had his 5-year plan being like, and then I'll stop building one of the biggest shows in the world in my network and go be a civil servant. But I think for Dan, it's very obvious what his priorities are. And his priorities, it lends itself to his show. When he goes on his show and he says, I am sick of the corruption, people clap for him and say, yes. And then Trump says, want to deal with it? He goes, yes, I do. And so he doesn't care about the money. He cares about everything he's ever talked about that made his show so big. So shout out to Dan Bongino. Man, absolutely incredible stuff.
Amazing. Okay, let's keep going. Lots to get through here. Scott Jennings brutally reminds CNN Abby Phillip that Dan Bongino's appointment to FBI director is based on President Trump's authority, not Democrats.
His academic credentials, but if I may address one issue. You just denigrated Bongino's law enforcement credentials. He was a cop and a Secret Service agent. You denigrated his academic credentials. He has a master's degree.
Just because he was a police officer doesn't make him qualified to run a 38,000 person, $11 billion budget agency, just like Pete Hegseth.
But you know what does? Because he
National Guardsman or whatever he was doesn't either. Thank you for your
confidence and the pleasure of the president.
And I'm sorry that terrible.
And I'm sorry that you are not yet over the outcome of the election.
No, because look at what's happening to our country. And I'll never be over it, Scott. This is dismantling our democracy in front of our eyes, and you guys are okay with it.
You had a city that was smaller than the amount of people that live on this block, and he was the Secretary of Transportation. You had the guy who was stealing luggage. I mean, I think anyone who's defending at any point defending the Biden administration.
But this is the FBI.
So?
Correct.
Yeah, and this is someone who has a career in law enforcement for many years.
Freedom is at stake.
Does Dan Bongino have the qualifications to be the second person in charge of the FBI?
Yes, he has law enforcement, he has academic, and again, let me just stress this. I've mentioned this before.
So when you stack up
they
his
serve at the pleasure of the president. That's the political appointment.
I know that is the answer to every question, is that Donald Trump wants it, so therefore it is good.
For political appointments, yes.
But when we look at, we're talking about people who are qualified and not, and you look at his resume and compare it to Republican and Democrat nominees for that same position, is he qualified?
I mean, first of all, I'm not sure all the people that have been appointed in the past have covered themselves in glory. And some of them have done a terrible job and gotten in lots of trouble.
Look,
and this is a reform-minded administration. They got outsiders.
Oh, you got to love it, man. Scott Jennings. Here we have, this is Real America's Voice. Dan Bongino joins Kash at the FBI. Charlie Kirk weighing in. Let's listen.
And I trust Kash. No more can they just, take out Kash Patel, but you also have Dan Bongino. No. Now you have this dynamic duo to turn the FBI back into a law enforcement agency. And I trust Kash Patel with my life, and I trust Dan Bongino with my life. And you have 1-2 combo here. And people did not see this one coming. Here is Dan Bongino this morning making the announcement on his program or reacting to it. Play cut 65.
Obviously, we're going to be working with a team of people to make this transition from me, political commentator Dan, to Deputy Director of the FBI Dan. Those are different roles, require different skills. Skills I have and have used before and I plan to use again. The vision of President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, and Director Patel, I am going to do my job to implement that vision. And I can tell you right now, we are going to try our best. Every single thing I have in me, every single strand of DNA cell in my body is going to be dedicated towards keeping this homeland safe no matter what.
This is why all of you chased ballots. This is why all of you gave financially to President Trump and Turning Point Action. This is why all of you registered voters. All of our fortitude to grind through the dark night of the soul is paying off. It's not just that we have President Donald Trump. But we have Pete Hegseth, we have Marco Rubio, we have Scott Bessent, we have Bobby Kennedy, we have Tulsi Gabbard, not just Kash Patel, but now Dan Bongino. TikTok. For all of the deceitful, parasitic criminals that have been infecting our law enforcement agents, the Department of Justice, the FBI. We got Pam Bondi, we got Kash Patel, we got Dan Bongino. We got eyes scanning the horizon for any activity. Dan Bongino being number 2 at the FBI will ensure that President Trump does not have to go through a Russiagate 2.0. Will ensure that Peter Strzok Smirk and his little minions are not going to infiltrate the government to be weaponized against the people and against the administration that was popularly elected. This is a man devoted to America, and I can't speak high enough about his integrity, his character, his honesty. No.
You know, this Bongino appointment is a lot bigger than we realize. What do we have here? This is, okay, this is something about Crenshaw snapping at a 10-year-old. Here is Jesse Kelly, D.C. FBI employees are planning to defy Kash Patel. Listen.
We are hearing that Kash is already relocating, if you will, hundreds of FBI employees outside of D.C. Is this, in your mind, a good start, something horrific? What do you think about this?
I think it's a great start, but get this, Jesse, right out of the gates after he put that forward, 500 headed to Alabama, 1,000 heading out to the field, because they want to clear out the D.C. apparatchik. That absolutely is what needs to be done. It's a great place to start. But right away, I heard from someone who is in a position to know the details, said that these people are already trying to subvert that order. They said, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to do what we call paper transfers, and we're going to make it look like, yes, we're assigned in Alabama now or wherever else. But in reality, we're going to stay right here and continue our subversive Marxist ways. And I forwarded that on to Kash, and I think he's preparing a game plan for it already. But there's going to be a viper around every turn. And so I think both Dan and Kash have a tremendous battle ahead of them. And I think it's going to take, if not the entire Trump administration this time around, much longer to quote unquote fix the FBI, if it even can be fixed.
Well, we'll see about that, because there's one question that needs to be answered. And that is, whatever happened to Thomas Crooks? Yeah, I want answers there for sure. Patriots are standing strong. Dan Bongino made nearly $5 million last year. Now he's down to $221,000. Pete Hegseth went from $2.3 million to $256K. Why? Because they're not in it for the cash. They're in it for America. These guys are real patriots. FBI personnel busted destroying server evidence. This is from U.S. Homeland Security News. And the MSNBC folks are in meltdown over Bongino being chosen as deputy director. Let's listen.
The most important thing to know.
And then there's Dan Bongino, someone who has never spent a day working at the FBI, but will now be the deputy director. Ken, tell us about Bongino's background and what kind of reaction we're seeing to this pick.
Well, the most important thing to know about his background is that, as you said, he hasn't worked at the FBI. This is a job that for 117 years has been held by a career FBI agent, because this person is actually in charge of operations at a very complex law enforcement agency. Dan Bongino was a former Secret Service agent, but he's better known for being a right-wing podcaster, a very successful podcaster who has spouted conspiracy theories. Most recently, Anna, he claimed that the FBI was lying when they said they didn't know who placed the pipe bombs outside the RNC and the DNC the day before the January 6th attacks. The FBI came out with a big information push to try to get more info from the public. They said they were seeking information about suspects. Bongino did a podcast where he said, no, they really know who did it. This is all a cover-up. Well, now he's going to go and help run this agency, and he's going to have to either deliver on these conspiracy theories that he's told his millions of followers about, or tell them that, in fact, no, they weren't true after all. It's going to be a really interesting thing to watch, but look, I can just tell you.
Yeah, I can just tell you there's going to be some egg on your face, buddy. When, because it's always the conspiracy theorists that are ahead of the curve. We always get mocked You know, he's a conspiracy theorist. Don't listen to him, yada, 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 right? Well, folks, we're always proven right. Always proven right. Here is Joey Manarino. This is also from Timcast in real life, 24 hours ago.
It's 2020, right? I got a text from my dad. He sent me the Truth Social post from Trump. And I said, oh, you got to vet those better because that's impossible. Then I go on Twitter and everybody's talking about damn Bongino is the, I'm like, what, are we really going to do this? We're really going to do this. So we have Kash Patel and Dan Bongino running the FBI. And you got to think of these things. When you think back to when Trump, quote unquote, lost 2020, right? You would never have had anything like this in 2020. No. You would never have had Kash Patel running the FBI. These are not things you can think of. RFK at HHS, Tulsi Gabbard DNI. We had to go through what we went through to get what we're getting now. And we're getting the dream team of all dream teams. These are patriots beyond any imagination. Bongino, if anyone's going to clean house, talk about life insurance for Kash Patel. Kash Patel just became assassination proof. But this guy right here, no, this is going to be the clean out of all clean outs. And Adam Schiff, I would not want to be him today.
Yeah, he just left the country.
Did he really?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I would not want to be Adam Schiff either. Or Eric Swalwell. And we are anxiously awaiting what Nick Sortor is about to drop. 90 minutes of audio of a drunk Eric Swalwell. This is going to be solid gold. Eric Swalwell's days in Congress are about to come to a screeching halt. So Senator Chuck Schumer's ominous warning from 2017 is looking increasingly like a direct threat. If you take on the intel agencies, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting revenge. It wasn't idle speculation. It was a glimpse into how Washington really works. The intelligence community believes it's above elected officials, even the president himself. With Bongino in place, critical questions may finally be answered, including how compromised figures like Swalwell remain in sensitive positions despite Nick Sortor's explosive revelations about drunken admissions regarding Chinese spies and alleged abuse of power to pursue Ivanka Trump. What makes Bongino's appointment even more powerful is that he's not doing it for the money. Apparently made nearly $5 million last year in the private sector. His new government salary is just $221,000. These are patriots sacrificing financially because they believe in the mission. I know how that feels. So here's the question. Can the FBI be reformed, or has the corruption run too deep for too long? Drop a comment below. And grab your exclusive Mag Avengers gear in the Next News shop. Link below. Grab a Next News hat. Over here, Mag Avengers hat, Mag Avengers shirt, shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Okay, folks, where are we at now? Okay, there were some questions here because I love talking about the car. I love talking about the DeLorean. Who and how did you build the car? Well, first of all, we bought the car in 2020. It was a stock DeLorean with 9,000 miles. It was a frame-off restoration. It was basically like a brand new car. And we sent it out to Arizona and had it converted to a full-blown screen-accurate replica of the time machine. That's how we did it. And so that was Scontech asking the question. TK's Custom Supermod about an hour ago. Imagine Gary driving up to the White House in the Back to the Future DeLorean. Great Scott. Well, who knows? Maybe that'll happen. I don't know. I don't know if they'll let me bring the DeLorean time machine to the White House, but wouldn't that be fun? You built a time machine into a DeLorean? Mick D. How did you get the bag through the little DeLorean window? Oh, you're talking about when I went to the drive-through? Well, you can't. You can't. I actually had to open the car door to get in. I had to they had to hand it through the door. That's how. So it's quite a sight to see. Was it the DeLorean in the new doc coming out with Bob Lazar? I can't wait for that. Perfect recreation of what he's seen when I worked at Area 51. Actually, that was not my car. but DeLorean Rental provided the car for that show. So my business associate with the DeLorean Time Machine Rentals, he provides DeLorean rentals all across the world, and that was one of his cars that he represents. Uber DeLorean. Love the DeLorean, Gary. Yes, I love it too. It's so much fun. Checking in on the Super Chats. Any more to speak of? No, not at the moment. Checking in on the main chat now. I like Forensic Files. It's rusted out. No, it was not. Not at all. 88's the sweet spot. Okay, I'm going to ask all you guys. Did you guys go check out? No, I'm not LS swapping it. It's an automatic. So I'm not going to LS swap it. I thought about it, but then I'd have to put a Porsche transmission in that. So I'm not going to do that. Not necessary, really. But it does have a stage 1 exhaust system. I could go a stage 2, upgrade the engine, but that's like $6,000 or $7,000 to do that, and it's not really necessary. It doesn't really provide much more performance. It only has about 140 horsepower. Goes 0 to 60 in about 9 seconds. It's really just a cruiser. Gets more. I mean, when I would drive this car, the DeLorean versus the Ferrari, I would get more looks from the DeLorean all day. When I drive that car, phones are out all day long. It's insane. Like, I get spotted all over Facebook, and it's pretty crazy. People are like, hey, I just saw you in your car. Yeah, so that's what it is. What was I going to say here? I don't remember. Okay, let's see what else. Trump loves cars too. You never know. Well, actually, Drew, the New Jersey Bedminster location, that used to be John DeLorean's home. And every year they host a DeLorean meetup, and all the DeLoreans go there. So maybe I'll bring it to New Jersey. Problem is, I'm in Chicago, so transporting that car across country can be, it's not cheap. It costs thousands of dollars to transport it, and if you drive it, you're risking so much. I mean, my car is worth probably, I mean, with the car and the Doc Brown truck, easily like a lot. I mean, you could look up how much these cars go for at auction. So, but I would love, that's the thing. I love to be able to take the car and do the podcast in it. That's what's fun. Can you imagine if Trump appointed AJ? Well, I have a point. I believe when Caroline Leavitt said that they mentioned radio hosts, and Alex is really, I think, primarily known for his radio show. I mean, he has InfoWars. He does an amazing job. All the video production is stellar, top-notch production. But maybe they'll refer to him as a radio host. Maybe he'll be in that new media seat one day. And I've been in touch with Alex and his producers trying to find out when and if that's going to happen, because I want to be there on that day. That's what I can't wait. 3% prepper. You know what DeLorean was smuggling in those cars, right? Well, actually, that was entrapment. Okay. The FBI set him up. He had his neighbor, who was an FBI informant, had his own problems with the FBI, and this was during the war on drugs. The FBI was looking for a big headline bust, so the neighbor stepped in and asked the FBI if they wanted to bust John DeLorean. John DeLorean needed $20 million because his company was going under. But John DeLorean was, he had some questionable business practices, as some might say, and they set him up. And his company went under. The headlines: he was destroyed in the press, but he was found not guilty. But his reputation was destroyed at that point, and that's that. There's a really good movie. It's called Driven. I encourage you to watch it. So it's a dramatic Hollywood representation of the story of John DeLorean and the FBI and how he was entrapped and everything. So you should check that out. Very cool show. Very cool movie. Gary loaned me a $5. Heat of the night. SNL did a skit on DeLorean. A safety recall about the rearview mirror was mounted on the dashboard facing up. Interior detail is insane. Now I remember the question was, did you guys go to my Clock Shifter TikTok or my Clock Shifter YouTube channel yet? If you did, tap 1 in the chat room. Because I mean, you guys should go there and subscribe. Also, I want you guys to go to DeLoreanRental.com. I want you to subscribe to him. And tap 2 if you have subscribed to DeLorean Rental. So 1 for Clock Shifter, 2 for DeLorean Rental, or 12 for both. I see, okay, Pothead, Angie, Dale. Let's see, Drew, Angie. A lot of you guys. Cool. Jimmy Doors in Chicago. I did not know that. DeLoreans were known as snowmobiles after John DeLorean got busted. When it comes to your car, it's not much to ride, but for TV, yes, it's perfect. That's why it's great for like using as a podcast. Let's see. Supercharger recently had a guest with a mention BlackRock. What's your opinion on BlackRock? BlackRock? You mean the investment firm? Well, I'm very suspect of everything that they do, especially with the investments they have in all these different companies. But I don't think he was talking about BlackRock. He was talking about Blackwater, which is basically like the mercenary firm. Alex Jones info was Wars Digital Soldiers, True Social. Why did the coffee call the police? They got mugged. Oh, goodness. My goodness. Curio 23. Okay, what else? Who else? Okay, I'm looking for how many people typed in 1. How many people typed in 1? Get a scat pack. All right. Let's see. Look at all the ones. 0, Big D Trump. 12, Angie Warren. Justin Miller, 12, super, nice car, love your show, school sucks, Grok, please take me with you. Yo Ravo, Thunderbird, Duke, 3% prepper. Cool, man. No, I don't participate with BlackRock, so there's that. All right, let's check in on the main news feed, what's going on there. Yes, Next News Network is live. We know that because we are Next News Network. Let's see here. Most of look at that. Most of Maddow's staff to be let go amid MSNBC cuts. Oh, that's so bad. What's this? The truth about the Daily Wire. Oh, this is just some satire. Pam Bondi has scheduled the release of the client list 12 noon on 2/29. You want me to add them again? Okay, tell you guys them again. All right, here, I'll just see if I can pull it up on my phone here. What? Problem? Let's see. DeLorean rental YouTube. Yeah, there's also, if you guys want to see something really funny, there's a video of me getting pulled over in my DeLorean on YouTube. Yeah. Maybe could we find that? Brian, how can we find that? Let's see. Let's see. DeLorean rental 3. Something's wrong with my YouTube, though. It won't like something. It says problem with server 400. I don't know why. Maybe I have to uninstall it. I'm not sure. That's not me, though. Let's see.
Mr. Daddy with the Hermosa Beach Police Department. The reason why I'm pulling you over, I think you missed the stop sign back there at Pier and Barge Street. Is your driver's license, please? Registration, if you have it on you. Like your car.
Thank you.
Do you have a vehicle registration with you? No worries if you don't.
I think I do someplace.
All right, I can try looking it up. Does this thing have license plates on it?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
November 1985.
85. All right, cool. All right, hang tight in the vehicle. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, let's try this one. Okay, let's see here. This is me getting pulled over in the DeLorean. Maybe this will work. I don't know. Let's see here.
All right, let's go get food.
Let's go get some food.
We've got another problem. The car won't start.
How do I get this thing properly? Is there a way to? Let's see here.
You're not gonna believe this. I just got pulled over.
We got the place in California from 7 years ago.
We gotta lift this thing up.
Oh, so you're not allowed to drive now?
We've got another problem. The car won't start.
Oh yeah, you guys ready for this? Oh my goodness, Brian, how do we get this? What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna try and do something different here. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's go back to X. Let's see. I'm gonna work on something here for a second, guys. So.
Meeting tomorrow. And I was wondering if is Elon Musk going to attend the president's first cabinet meeting tomorrow?
He is, as a matter of fact. I spoke to the president about that before coming down here as well. And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, this entire administration will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about Doge's efforts and how all of the cabinet secretaries are identifying waste, fraud, and abuse at their respective agencies. We look forward to the meeting tomorrow, and I think you'll be hearing from the president and his cabinet where they're on campus tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited.
So some of those, I was wondering.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I can do it. Hang on. I think I know how to do this. Here we go. Okay, Brian, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the tab. Okay, so I think what I do, I click on... How do I do this, Brian? Go to Gary's feed. Brian, are you there? Okay. 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 Okay, I've got the tab. Okay. All right, you guys ready for this? Okay. Almost got it. There it is. You're not going to believe
this. I just got pulled over.
We've got plates from California from 7 years.
Of course. Buffering. Thank you.
We gotta lift this thing up.
Oh, so you're not allowed to drive now?
We've got another problem. The car won't start.
Can I take a picture of your car? No one's gonna believe me that this happened. So.
Alright, so today's episode is definitely an interesting one. Someone by the name of Gary reached out with his DMC DeLorean time machine, super cool. We wanted to get a few photos and videos. Everything went really, really well. And then it took a twist. For the worse, for the better, who knows? Watch.
You're not gonna believe this. I just got pulled over.
Yeah, so this happened.
I think it's really special piece right there.
Oh yeah.
It just needs the back plates on it.
We gotta lift this thing up.
Oh, so you're not allowed to drive now?
If that's your biggest problem today, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
See, this is not. Let's see. Will that work?
Right. So I definitely didn't write your ticket. I just wrote your warning for the proper split plates because we've got plates from California from 7 years ago. So no big deal. You get those put on, we're all good. Can I take a picture of your car? No one's gonna believe me that this happened. So.
As long as we can take a picture with the warning ticket.
Absolutely.
And the license plate.
Of course we can. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen this before. This is awesome.
All right. These are the coolest cops ever. This is really funny.
So I've been driving around with these expired plates. 2015 barcode. This is from an alternate timeline. And now I gotta put my actual plates on.
Blow that out, but yeah. All right, here we go.
Yeah, actually, it's actually full.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look at the service we're getting over here. He's actually doing the screws.
He's fixing your own ticket.
Man, I don't write tickets.
So there it is. I had to put the right plates on the car. I mean, I've been driving around with those plates since, I got the car back in April and haven't had any problems. No one's ever said anything. I had a couple stops, one stop for the blue lights, but the guy wanted to take pictures. This guy wanted me to put the plate on.
He was very nice though. Very professional.
He was totally awesome, and it was just gave me a warning ticket. So.
Yep. All right. Well, we were just about to go get lunch, so.
Yeah, let's go get some barbecue now, shall we?
Oh yeah. One more time. Oh, that's funny. All right, Victor. First police encounter. Yeah. Mark off the bucket list. Hopefully, no more. All right, let's go get food.
Let's go get some food.
We've got another problem. The car won't start.
All right, so we pulled around. What's going on now?
Well, I think because we turned the car off and we had the headlights running earlier and other stuff. That I think the battery's done.
Done. All right, let's see what's gonna go down.
Hopefully that's all it is.
Yeah. So does this? How does the process look for jump starting a time machine?
Well, actually, the battery's back there.
All right, so the battery's in there.
Never happened.
Stupid bikes.
Can't see where the terminal post is. So, at least that's all that was.
Yeah.
Because if it was a fuse or something more electrical, that'd be a real pain. Very nice. Thank you.
But yeah, we jumped to the DMC DeLorean time machine with just a quick little jump kit. Super clutch, because that's all it was. So we're gonna get on the road and finally get some food after 2 delays now. So hopefully it's not 3. We'll let's go get some food.
Hopefully we don't have to. Hopefully we don't have to jump start it again. I really want to get that barbecue.
Me too.
This is. Oh, I remember that. Adam West. That whole bit.
All right, and that wraps it up for today's episode. Super interesting. I don't think I've ever filmed a police pullover, so that is definitely a first on the channel. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Buy and pick up some retro neon collection merch. This is the last time you'll be able to buy it, so go over to capturecars.us and pick some up. But yeah, more to come. Like, comment, and subscribe. I hope to see you guys next episode. Peace.
So there you have. That was Capture Cars is the name of that YouTube channel. Pretty fun, right? There you go. There it is. You see my video. I guess I could even go to my since we might as well, let's go to the clock shifter. Let's see. Clock shifter. Okay, go back to the sprocket. No. Go back to share screen. There we go. Okay, Brian, you can bring the screen back up. Okay, so here is the channel. Hey, welcome to the channel. I'm Gary Franchi. My wife could not be here
at the moment because she's with the kids. But I'm on my way to go pick up the DeLorean. We just bought it, and yes, we are going to convert it into a time machine, and we are going to document this journey as we don't really know where we're going, but wherever we're going, we don't need roads. Let's just put it that way, okay? So we bought the car, and we bought it at the DeLorean Midwest shop in Crystal Lake, Illinois, and we're going to be converting it into the beloved time machine that Doc Brown created in Back to the Future. And we're going to have some fun. You know, that car is beautiful. The time machine is, everybody recognizes that car. And we got it because we want to put smiles on people's faces at the end of the day. If you know me, if you know the work that I do, sometimes it can be rather tiring. And we decided to start this little journey because why not? Let's have fun. Let's put smiles on people's faces, and I don't know. I mean, we want to take it to trade shows. We want to take it to weddings. We want to take it, make YouTube videos with it, with the kids, making our own little time travel shows. So we've got a lot of big plans for this car as it makes its journey. We're going to pick it up, and we're going to send it out to have it completely redone to a screen perfect replica of the Mr. Fusion version of the time machine. So it's going to be exciting. I'm really excited. My kids are super excited. And I just want to invite you on this journey with us. We'll see you at the next one. Coming soon. Okay, so there was that. And then let's see. Let's see. So you had a time machine for years. You didn't go back to stop the 2020 election from being stolen. Come on, man. Oh, believe me, how many conversations have I had about that? Oh, yeah. Here's me and Corey Feldman in the car. Here's some of the shorts. Here's some stuff we did on the parades. Here's one I did. Let's see if you can see it here.
This one's for the dreamers who brought their vision to life tonight at the Cadillac Palace. The first show has ended and the audience has gone home, but the echoes of their dreams still linger in the empty theater, filling every corner with a sense of accomplishment and pride. For those who dared to turn a wild idea into a night of magic, where time travel wasn't just a concept, it was a reality. On that stage, they took risks, faced doubts, and tonight they shone brightly under the lights, proving that anything is possible when you believe in your vision and never give up. This one's for the dreamers who brought their vision to...
Yeah, I made that one. That was when my car was used for the... it was used for... the musical. The musical hired me. Here is... Let's see. This is actually pretty cool.
Great Scott! As I steer the DeLorean down Michigan Avenue, I can't help but marvel at the sheer ingenuity of the architecture towering above me. The Chicago River sparkles beneath us as we cross, a testament to human achievement. It's the Wrigley Building that catches my eye. Its gleaming white facade, a beacon of innovation from another era. Time seems to blur as we pass, the past and future colliding in a dance of steel and stone. Soon I'll reach the theater where Back to the Future, the musical, is set to premiere, and I'm struck by the irony. Here I am, Doc Brown, about to witness our story unfold on stage. A story about defying time itself, told in the very heart of a city that stands as a monument to progress. But I can't shake the worry. What if Biff Tannen tries to sabotage the event? And where's Marty? He needs to get here before it's too late. The future, it seems, is not just something you experience, it's something you build. And as the marquee lights up at the Cadillac Theater, I can't wait to step inside and share this incredible journey with everyone. Because tonight, we're not just spectators, we're fellow travelers in the adventure of a lifetime.
Let's see what else is there. I gotta get going soon, but since we're here, I'll just show you. Let's see. There's one really cool one that I made. I know it's gonna create a problem. We'll have to edit this out of the stream later, but you can see, like, here's the truck. I know it's difficult to actually make out, but this is the truck under construction. This is a video that I made with the truck alone. How cool is that, right? Okay, well, maybe one more. I think I've got the one where I did the podcast. Let's see, the podcast. I mean, you guys can go to the channel and you can check it out, but let's see, where's the podcast? Okay. This is with Tana Gortz, who is Trump's Trump advisor now.
So when I went like this, creak, creak, I hear them all. Yes, yes, they're all creaking.
No, thank
I'm
you.
smushing them.
Oh no!
They're like, no, literally, I'm smushing the tarantulas to get my head back. He's like,
come
Tina, you
on.
gotta put your head back. I'm
Oh,
like,
no,
dude,
no,
crunch. I hear
no.
them crunch.
No.
Swear to God, crunch, 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 and
Oh,
then
my.
to the next one, and so I'll never forget this little asshole. We get to the third one. I mean, I'd already been through like buckets and buckets and buckets of humongous tarantulas. Now the third one, I get the thing with my teeth again, and I see the guy up there dumping the tarantulas, and I could see the tarantulas were filled to the top. Some were pouring over, and they were falling on the ground. And this little dirtbag had the audacity, not like I didn't have 500,000 already on me. The two that fell off, he kicked down in the hole.
Okay, fine. I'll play this one.
We're going to Mandalore! To Mandalore! This is so much better than that ship that you drive. No offense, but...
Are you serious?
What should the date that we're going to be?
I don't know. What do you want to go back to?
You go back in time. There's no important dates on Mandalore.
I mean, we should go back before the Purge.
Yes. Or at least maybe back before the Purge. We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Not doing anything. Towards you. Ah!
I can't see anything.
Don't worry about it. I got this.
All right.
They're built for style, not for usefulness. Kind of like my fur.
Kind of like your fur. It does look like a style.
Hey. Looks like we're in the woman DeLorean.
Hey,
I like it. We're going to Mandalore.
To Mandalore.
This is so much better than that ship that you drive. No offense, but...
Are you serious?
I mean, I like this cockpit better.
Gauntlet is amazing.
The Gauntlet's all right, okay?
It's amazing.
It's fine.
It's amazing.
I enjoy this more because I get to drive.
Because you're driving.
Yeah. And last time I drove your spaceship, everyone thought I was a spy.
Well, you have
horns are slimming.
The fur is slimming.
Yeah, it's all slimming.
Excuse me.
As you were.
What's happening? I can't see.
Well, that's because they're not see-through.
They're not.
It's like a Mandalorian helmet. You can't see anything.
You can't see anything. We should drive in our helmets. We would die.
We wouldn't last long. Yeah, that's why I never drive.
As long as the plane with the DeLorean can actually do it. Hey, look! Oregon. That's where I'm from.
Hey! That's nice.
Okay. All right, you guys can go check out the rest of the stuff on that channel. Lots of fun stuff over there. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we have witnessed today isn't just news. You got to peek behind the curtain of Gary's other life with all my fun stuff and the things I do when I'm not focusing on the craziness of the world. But we certainly have a lot to celebrate today. So we're on the front lines of a revolutionary transformation of America, and as the establishment elites absolutely terrified, and they should be. Trump's economic revival is sending shockwaves through the system. $1.6 trillion in investments in just 1 month compared to Biden's pathetic struggle to reach that in nearly 4 years. Apple's massive commitment proves that American businesses' confidence is soaring, and the 81% public support for deporting illegal criminals shows the American people are done with the left's open border insanity. The sanctuary city raids have been exposed, what might be the most sinister Democrat game of all, harboring the worst of the worst who should have been deported years ago. Excuse me. From New York to Chicago, St. Paul, ICE is finally removing these monsters from our communities. Even Democrat governors like Arizona's Katie Hobbs are now scrambling to partner with federal authorities. A stunning admission that Trump was right all along. How's that for vindication? And how about that Nick Sortor revelation about Eric Swalwell? If ever there was proof that our intelligence oversight has been compromised, this is it. A congressman allegedly admitting to pursuing subpoenas based on physical attraction and making drunken confessions about Chinese spies to complete strangers. This is exactly why Trump's FBI shakeup couldn't come at a more crucial time. Meanwhile, Elon Musk and Trump's Doge team are doing what Americans have dreamed for decades, making government bureaucrats actually work for their paychecks. The 5 bullet point requirement has these parasites running for the exits. So think about it. They'd rather quit than tell you what they did with your money last week. The swamp isn't just being drained, folks. It's being power washed. And the media monopoly that's poisoned American discourse for generations is finally being shattered with Caroline Leavitt implementing reforms that have the legacy press corps in absolute meltdown. Their stranglehold on information is being broken, and they're screaming like stuck pigs. The days of CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times controlling the narrative are over, and it's glorious to behold. In the deep state with Dan Bongino at the FBI, they're in full-blown panic mode. The corrupt intelligence operatives who weaponize their agencies against political opponents are finally destroying evidence. I mean, literally destroying evidence as we speak. But it's too late. The Patriots are in the building, and the day of reckoning has arrived. This is just the beginning, folks. The revolution is real, and it's happening right before our eyes. But we can't continue bringing this critical coverage without your support. Please consider donating through the links in the description below. Whether it's through Give, Send, Go, or PayPal, your contribution ensures we can continue exposing the truth they desperately want to hide. And tell a friend about the Raw feed. Spread the word. And thank you to everyone who sent in Super Chats and Rumble Rants today. You are the backbone of the operation. And don't forget to check out our merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com and get your hands on our exclusive Mag Avengers gear before it sells out. And make sure you check out my alter ego Clock Shifter on YouTube and TikTok, and subscribe to my buddy's channel, Capture Cars and DeLorean Rental, all on YouTube. Yeah, fun stuff over there. So this is Gary Franchi for the Raw feed. We'll see you tomorrow as the revolution continues.